It's a Sunday, that means we are back on for another stream. How are we all doing this evening? Nice to see our medic getting in there with that first command, or the first redeem rather. Good evening to you, good evening to Voice Frog as well, coming in there with the giveaway command. I can't remember whether we've actually got a giveaway command enabled or not. I should check that really, given that I know it's in the stream title. How are we doing though? And JP Rocket, of course, seeing you there as well. Great to see you. How you doing, buddy? How is it going? Let's get ourselves logged in. Let's check that bot. We used to have a giveaway command. We don't at the moment. Okay, let me just re-add that. And there we go, that's fixed as well. And Dante, welcome on in, buddy. Boy Frog, yes, I know he wasn't first, but he got the redeem. And if you get the redeem, the rules say that you are first by definition. We're here though. And we're not going to do burny stuff tonight. We are going to do science and technology, but it's not going to be burning things. It's not going to be soldering or desoldering. We are going back to the workshop though. We've been long overdue for a trip back to the workshop, and today is the day. It is happening. We are going back to the workshop. But we're doing something a little bit different. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to take a look at a couple of graphics cards. We're going to take them apart, we're going to strip them down. We're going to see what's inside, hidden underneath the cooler. We're going to go behind the scenes on the high-end graphics cards of today. And then once we've done that, we're going to put them back together and hopefully they'll continue to work. I'd really like them to continue to work because they're quite pricey things and I don't really want to lose them. You're a fifth of the way to another command if you wanted one. Wow, you see, I haven't decided whether people are allowed to claim 2 commands or not yet. I really should decide that really. I should make a policy before somebody says, oh well, your policy didn't say. I should probably have a policy on that, shouldn't I really? Because if I haven't got a policy, I can't be told that the policy doesn't say. But if I have a policy, then I can be told it doesn't say. So, you know, I should really figure out whether I want a policy on that. Maybe we'll do it on a case-by-case basis. You feel like you should say for a command, but the bar needs restocking. That too is very fair, Dante. The bar does need restocking. People keep drinking from it. Medic is almost at the first command, just needs to decide how to use it. Well, I'll put a placeholder in for you until you decide. That's how we do things here. I mean, look at Clowns' command. Or Geeky's command. Or any of the other commands that people have claimed. You can have something like Oi Frogs, where it does fancy things like figuring out what you want to do. Really, your imagination is kind of the limit. And Snakeafin's here, he still has a placeholder as well. Oi Frog can't spell his name, but if he did, I'm sure he'd find it. And we're going to kick off with some Stream Raiders. We've got 3 battles back to back that are going to be awesome tonight. We're kicking off here with our tokens chest. Then we've got a skins chest. Then we've got a scroll chest. Then we've got a boss chest. We're going to kick off with the tokens because that's where we are. Am I saying your imagination is limited? I wouldn't dream of saying anything of the sort, my friend. Wouldn't dream of saying anything of the sort. What have we got to do? We've got to get assists from tanking. Well, that means I should probably put a tank down, really, shouldn't I? If I've got to get assists from tanking. But there's not a lot here to tank, so... Let's get a tank down. Let's get that opened up. Let's roll that down a touch. And there we go. So you got 30 minutes. Get some units dropped in. Get them on the battlefield. You know how this is going to work. And this is where we see if everything still works, because I haven't played with this camera for a while. It's had a few tweaks, changes, modifications, and the like since I last messed with it. So, with any luck, when I push this button, we are in the workshop. This is good. We are in the workshop with stuff. And tonight we are doing exactly as the title suggests. We're doing some science, some technology, a bit of dismantling, and hopefully a bit of successful reassembly. And we're going to start, as all good engineers should do when working with static sensitive equipment, by putting on our anti-static wristband. This is very important. This stops me zapping things. Not seen this angle for a while. Indeed you haven't, medic. Indeed you haven't. So there we go. We are going to put on the anti-static wristband. The point of this is to stop me destroying things with static electricity, because that would be really bad. And it is connected to the corner of my workbench with this lovely coily cable, because this mat is also anti-static. The idea here being that the whole of the work surface doesn't zap things with static either. And we are... What do we have on the chopping board? Well, I say high-end. We have, in reverse order of technology, let's start with the oldest one first. This one we may or may not mess with. It is already in pieces. We have a nice old, and rather manky and dusty, GeForce GTX580. It's a Matrix Extreme Edition. This is one of the first cards that had RGB on it. This has got RGB lighting on the top here that I used to have set so that it changed colour with the load put on the GPU. So if it was green or blue, there was very little GPU load. If it was orange or red, there was a lot of load on the GPU. So this is a fairly old card. You can see it's very dusty and manky and needs a good clean. So we'll probably mess with that a bit later. However, the first one we're going to kick off with is going to be this one. This is the RTX3090. This is a solid little card. It was the best of the last generation when it launched. The 3090 Ti did launch after it, but the 3090 was the best of the last generation when it launched. Really solid card. We're going to be taking this one apart. And then once we've done that, assuming it all goes well and it goes back together in one piece, we're going to go even higher end. If taking apart the 3090 goes well, we're going to go for this beast. This thing here is the incredibly chunky RTX4090. This is one of the latest and greatest cards that you can buy. It is very large, very heavy. I can hold it with one hand, but I tend to use two hands because it is that chunky. You can see there is a massive fin stack here on the back. These fins go all the way through to a fan the other side. They are a little bit on the misaligned side, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world. Ewok, welcome on in. How are you doing? This is a very chunky card indeed, Dante. This is a triple fan, triple slot wide card. So you can see there, you've got 2 slots worth here, and then an extra slot's worth of cooler. This is a very chunky card indeed. And so that's for later. But we're going to start with the 3090, which is still 2.5 slots wide. You know, this thing is still beastly. And large. A little bit less large than the other one, weighs a little bit less. It still has a blow-through, but not quite so large a blow-through. You can see it's only this little bit down the end here. But this is the 3090, and this is the one we're going to start with. And the idea here is we're going to take them apart, have a look at what's underneath the shroud, underneath the cooler, and then put them back together again, once we've figured out what's what, what's where, and what we might need to work with. Those of you who are regulars to this will also be pleased to know I've added additional stuff to the soundtrack for tonight. And no, I'm not going to risk dropping it. We've also had... Oh. That was a bit of a harsh change. Why did that not do anything nice? Normally they fade out at the end. Anyway, we've also had an equipment upgrade tonight, so I'm going to move the card away just for a moment. And bring in this beast as well. This, if I bring it out of the case, is a new to me screwdriver. Skiller friend, welcome on in. How are you doing? How are you doing? It is good to see you tonight. We have an electric screwdriver, and complete with a fancy OLED screen. And as you hold the button down and turn, it increases torque up to 4 in both directions. And so we have an electric screwdriver with an absolute ton of screwdriver bits. Yes, there are lots here. For what? I think it's I want to say it's 4 kilos of force. I could be wrong. I can look up the specs later, but basically... in fact, I'll look up the specs now for you. That's a great thing to do. I should also check what redeems I've got enabled, because if I haven't got it enabled, we should make sure... Yeah, we haven't got that one turned on. Let me turn that on quickly. Yeah, it might be an important thing to know, but the more important thing with it is that it's variable. So it only goes as far as I twist it. Oh, it is on. What does that do? Is on. Excellent. Yeah, so it's 4 kilo foot. What have they got it listed as here? KGF.cm, whatever kilogram FCM is. That is what it says. 4 KGF.cm. I think it's kilograms of force. But it's a very weird way of writing it. Very, very weird indeed. Anyway, we've got an electric screwdriver, but more importantly, on the back of here, we've got this big magnetic sheet. And this is really useful because when we start taking screws off things, we're going to be using this magnetic sheet to track where they came from. So we'll make sure we put them all in the right places. So I'm just going to swap these around. Or am I? Where do I want to put this to make my life easier? Let's put it over to the side there. Kilogram full centimetre. Yeah, I thought it was something along those lines. Now, my gut feeling is that most of these are going to be a Phillips 1. That certainly is. That certainly is. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm just checking that the screwdriver bit I'm about to use is the right size, so that when we start unscrewing things with it, we won't round any screws out. And we're going to keep plenty of downward force. And the screwdriver will do the work for me. A 39, not 0.36, okay. And so all I'm doing here is just undoing all the screws on this back plate to start with. And you see they're all coming out fairly easily without too much effort. The screwdriver does make some nice noises. That one, we're going to take the whole back plane out as a single piece. So this card has had very light use. It has been used, but not a huge amount. And so I'm starting off by taking this back plate off. because this backplate kind of gives us access to everything else. So just using the screwdriver to remove that. Something to keep track of what screw goes where. That's what this is for. And this grid on here is actually magnetic. So I'll be able to stick the screws to it with a magnet, or I'll stick them to it magnetically like that. You see, even as I twist this, the screw just stays where I've left it. So we can track them. Most of them are going to go head down, but these two are rounded heads, so they won't sit nicely head down. But the rest of them... Geeky Heart, well, come on in. How are you doing? So we're just slowly taking these screws out, making sure we know where they're going to go. It turns on with the starting force you apply to the screw. Yes and no. How it works, let's give it a friend, is there's a power button here. When I push the button down, it wakes it up. And then as I twist it, the further I twist it, the faster it spins. So as I keep spinning down, you can hear it slowing down. And then in the other direction, it starts low, and as I turn it up, it gets louder. And then when I let go of the button, it just stops. And so it's quite a handy little bit of kit. It's also Bluetooth enabled. I don't know why everything needs to be Bluetooth enabled, but it is, and it has an app. So I've got a screwdriver that is smarter than I am, basically. That's what we've established here, is I've got a screwdriver that is smarter than I am. And for a couple of these screws, I'm just going to use my tweezers to remove them. Because the tweezers will get in nicely underneath the screw heads. And just lift them up. Okay, so maybe some of these will go nicely head down. And actually, since I'm only doing one card at a time, I can spread these right out. I was going to keep them fairly small. And there we go. So, we've got a nice magnetic grid. These screws will all stay there, even if I twist it like that. And there we go. That should stay in place nicely. Which means that what we can now do is carefully lift off this back piece here. Or can we? This piece should be loose now. But when I say carefully, I mean carefully. And remember, when we're working on things like this, we don't work with metal tools except the screwdriver. And we don't use screwdrivers as pry tools. That is well and truly stuck. But it's not stuck down by the additional screws. It's stuck down by the thermal pads in the middle of this section here, I believe. As you can see, it's starting to move. And just needs some gentle lifting and twisting. I'm trying not to break the thermal pads, because although I have plenty of spare pads, if I can avoid damaging the pads, I will. There's nothing that's going to be screwed into this from the other side. Use a kitchen knife? No. Expired bank cards are friends. Well, I'm almost at the point where it's lifted now, so I don't need to worry about that. There we go. And that's what I wanted to avoid, was any of the thermal pads getting damaged. But it's okay, because I have got spare pads. And actually, these can mostly be reused. I'll probably replace those too. Purely because the ones with the rips in it, you really don't want to be pressing them back together again. So this is now the back side of the graphics card, and you can immediately see that this area on the end, the bit that I call the blow-through area, doesn't have a circuit board here. The idea is that heat travels into this part of the heatsink, and then from the other side. It travels down through the heat pipes, down to here, and the fan then blows air through the heatsink, exhausts the heat out the back, and through this nice section here. Now, will there be screws inside? Yes, there will be, but not holding the back plate on. The back plate comes off easily. Don't think you'll ever get used to watching magnets used near electronics, even though you know it's safe. No, I know the feeling. It feels weird to me as well. It feels very weird to me. But, okay, so the back plate is off. And we'll need to adjust those thermal pads later, but that's fine. What I want to look at now... the next piece is going to be the front cooler. But with this, the cooler actually potentially has the opportunity to come off in two pieces. And there's this piece here with these tiny screws, which I think we'll take off first. And then there's another piece inside. Now, this is not going to be a Phillips one, I don't think. No, it's not. So let's switch that for the Phillips 0 and see if that fits them. Yeah, Phillips 0 fits that nicely. Profion, welcome on in. Yes, you're hearing Act on Instinct. How are you doing tonight? So we've switched this around now. So I did actually want to keep these localized. And so I'm going to put all these back to a nice small line over there. That's the backplate set in order. And so the top piece, there's going to be 3 on each end. Why did that get cut off so soon? Okay, there's something wrong with the music that we've got going on here, because everything's getting cut off halfway through where it should be. I may have to break out a different set. I am well, thanks, Profield. I'm very well here. This is very weird. What am I doing? Vigo, I'm taking apart a 3090. We are taking apart an RTX3090. At the moment. If we're feeling brave later, we might take the 4090 apart as well. But welcome on in. It is good to see you, man. Have you recovered from the weekend yet? Let's just get this lined up on the screw. You're getting there. What do you mean don't take apart the 4090? People want to see what's inside the 4090 below the cooler. Gonna mod it or tear down and rebuild? Just doing a straight tear down and rebuild. I want to see what's inside these cards. I know what's inside the 3090, but I want to see what's inside the 4090, so I thought I'd warm up by doing the 3090 first. So, off comes the top shroud. Now this top shroud you need to be very careful with because it's attached to the card with some power cables. And these are annoying power cables, only in so much as they are incredibly short and tight. So I'm actually going to break out some plastic pry tools here. Now when I say pry tools, what I mean is guitar picks. because this is not easy to get your fingers into. And I don't want to just grab on the cable and pull, because that would be really bad. I'm trying to do this by working around a camera. It is not easy. I'm not planning on breaking anything geeky, you know this. I wouldn't dream of breaking anything. Let's try the slightly chunkier guitar pick, which might actually be able to overcome the force of the friction. There we go, that's a bit better. Most people at this point would just go straight in with a screwdriver or something. But I'm trying not to do any damage. And that is very tight. It doesn't matter that there's a slightly misshapen fin there. Maybe it's easier to take the next plate off. If I don't remove the cables now, I'm basically going to be working with two things attached together here, which is a worse idea. Not sure about this hot glue. That doesn't need to be there at all. Let's carefully remove that. Strands of hot glue definitely don't need to be hanging around inside of here. I mean, most people at this point would just grab on these cables and pull, which is a really bad idea. I don't want to see anybody doing that. I do not want to see people doing that, and especially not saying, oh, I saw that on this channel. That is not how we do this. What I am going to do is I'm going to try with some pliers to see if I can get a grip on this connector. But I'm being very careful to make sure that I only grip the connector and nothing else. And the moment it starts slipping, I'm stopping and changing my approach. Because these connectors seem to be really, really tight. I mean, they're not designed for people to service on their own. But they are really snug in there. I'm going to just quickly take this off camera to see if I can figure out at a better angle what's going on. Okay. Well, they just popped to the moment I took it off camera. Interesting. So they just popped straight out. They were tight to begin with, and then fairly loose after. Anyway, what we got here is we've got a cooling assembly. This is mostly plastic. You can actually take the fans out from in here. You can see those screws in there. If you want to take the fans out, you can just undo these 3 screws behind each fan. Obviously move the fan blades around so you can get access to them. And then the fan will come off the housing, as you can see here. And that will allow you to take the fans out if you need to replace a fan when they fail. You shouldn't need to take them out for cleaning, but if a fan fails at any time, you're going to want to be able to take the fan out and replace it. And so we're making progress. And slow progress, but progress nonetheless. You had a minor heart attack. Why did you have a minor heart attack? You don't want to do that. They were camera shot. Yes, that's about right, clowns. So, the next thing that needs to come off of here... Logbook says 3 days, that's not good. Next thing that needs to come off here is this end plate. This wants to come off. And I'm going to have to... That's going to annoy me. Bear with me one moment, folks. I need to figure out what's going on with this stuff. Because all of this stuff cutting off early is not ideal. Let me see what I can do about this. Let's try that, that might be a little bit better. Didn't get any uploads for the 27th, well that's not brilliant. So now that I think I've fixed the music, we're going to switch back to our Philips number 1. We're going to check it first. That is the correct size for this piece on the end plate here. I'll slot that back into our screwdriver. And then just supporting the card. Each of these screws will just come out nicely. Occasionally the screwdriver doesn't start, normally it's pretty good. There we go, okay. And so that's the end piece screws removed as well. And then this bracket just comes straight off. And now we have a nice heatsink assembly on a card with nothing covering it. This heatsink assembly is held on from the back. So we're going to come back to this side and turn the card around. You can see now it's looking a little bit more bare than it was a minute ago. And this time we're going to take out these 4 corner screws. Now this is the part that holds the main heatsink onto the GPU die, which is the sort of brain of the lot. And it's got these fancy screws with springs on them. Now hopefully this will work a little bit better on the music. I'm going to skip this track because we just had it. It's got these spring screws though. And these spring screws are intentional. There we go. Should come with a warning. I always come with a warning, Profian. I always come with a warning. So these spring screws are intentional. Span, welcome on in. How are you doing? And Shame is coming in as well. The spring screws make sure that you don't over-tighten them and damage the graphics card underneath. You join us right at the part we're about to take the heatsink assembly off of an RTX3090. We've already taken the back plate off, we've already taken off the fan assembly, we've already taken the end bracket off. Now these washers may or may not come off of the card. But what we're going to do is gently, I mean gently here, and gently start to ease this apart. Because there's going to be some tension here. That is Stream Raiders. We will take care of that in just a moment. I'm going to just quickly have a look, make sure I can't see any other bothersome screws. No, I can't because it's already come loose. Except for exactly what I thought might be the case. 2 bothersome screws down the end here. And sometimes the mid-plate assembly will just come off as part of the rest of it. Okay, and this screw here has a spring on it, which was tight enough that the screwdriver couldn't start spinning. I don't know whether this one will be the same, but we'll find out. It'd be nice if the camera would and just stay focused. There we go, okay, so that's all the screws off. Let's see if this will come off now. I'll flip this over. The camera's making you feel queasy. Is it the camera, or is it the fact that we've just removed... Oh, look at all that gooey paste on there. That is gonna need a clean. Oh, so there we go, we've got the heatsink off. That is definitely going to want cleaning. Oh, the thermal pads have stuck themselves to the bench. And looking under here, is there anything else on this mid-plate? There isn't anything else on the mid-plate, so the mid-plate should just come straight off as well. And let's just be careful about this, make sure that we're not going to force anything. Because the last thing you want to do with any of this is force it and cause damage. Especially when we've got this part far. It's not thermal paste, it's thermal pasta. No, no, pasta's tasty. This I can assure you is not. And so we're going to be very careful. And try and figure out what's holding this on. It's going to be thermal pads. And it's going to be thermal pads underneath these ridges here. And just holding tension against parts of the board. And so we're just going to very carefully give it a bit of a lift, give it a bit of a wiggle. And try not to put our fingers on components when we're doing this. Because we don't want to be damaging components, but we also don't want to bend this board. This is a very precise part of the operation. And if you pull too hard at any point, you risk damaging something. Now the bits I'm sort of holding down on at the moment, these larger, chunkier pieces are solid. Am I grounded? I certainly am. I absolutely am grounded. As is the work mat that we're working on. The whole work mat is grounded. Now I'm just slowly trying to ease this away. We're going to do Stream Raiders, then we're going to carry on with this. Because I think this is going to take a bit of care. Grounded in reality. Something like that, Vigo. Something like that. But let's take care of Stream Raiders. And then we'll come back to here. And we'll carry on pulling apart the first card. So what have we got going on with Stream Raiders? We have 11 allies on the field. This is going to be a good number. I'm going to drop a haste on them, because we've not got a lot to kill. We're going to get this done. And let's get this battle sorted out. I got a feeling this is going to go well. It did go incredibly well. It was over before it started, almost. Frog there with the most kills with 2. Nobody on the assists. Medic with an honourable 1 kill as well. And tokens going out for everybody. Out random, Frog picks up the 2 barbarians. Medic picks up the berserkers. Everybody else gets 8 gold, I get 20. And of course you'll get personal chest. I'm going to pull off some things from the rewards track. That's quite a nice thing to get my hands on. And then we're going to kick off the next battle, and we want to see a few more people on the next one. So if you haven't played Stream Raiders before, now is your chance to learn. It is a loyalty skin chest, so what that means is that you get a chance to win skins that would normally cost real money. Again, I need to do tanking, so I'm going to put my tank down on the battlefield. I'm going to throw a very complicated battle plan down again, of everybody put things wherever you want to. And then I'm going to bring back the music. And hopefully have a quick drink, and then head back to the workshop. And let's see what is going on with this graphics card. And whether we can get this completely apart. We should be able to. Essentially all we're doing is trying to break the surface tension between this mid plate and the board underneath it. Because these thermal pads can sometimes be kind of sticky. And I can feel it lifting. I'm not putting any more force down than I've got to. There we go, it's coming apart. Yeah, okay, so these thermal pads have seen better days, much like some of the ones on the rear of the card, which just stuck themselves to the bench as well. And so you've got this mid-plate, which sits kind of there on the other piece. And then we've got the guts of the graphics card. And this is all that an RTX3090 is when you take away all the cooler and everything. It's a much smaller piece of kit. You know, it doesn't need to be absolutely mahoosive. It's just that the cooling required to keep this thing running is significant. Yeah, okay, well, we'll skip that track because that's normally our ending track and we don't want to end yet. I know we got it on random, but a bit too soon for that one. And again, you see things like, you got these grounding pieces over here, which would sometimes be soldered down, sometimes not be. They don't need to be soldered down. The idea is that these are touching the outer connector. And in this case, there's a couple of little slots on this. And you can see the slots are there. And you might not be able to see, but we'll try and get the camera to show us. On the bottom of this connector, there's a couple of little ridges those slots will fit into. It's not going to focus, unfortunately. But it's not the end of the world. We can just drop this back in. Essentially, as long as this grounding piece is roughly in place, it just keeps everything grounded together. So, what we've got here, let's turn it back the right way up, is we've got our 3090. And we've got Wickerman coming in with a 25-month sub. Thank you so much, dude. 25 months, that's almost a year. That's awesome, I really do appreciate it. How are you doing tonight, man? Welcome in. We are back in the workshop. We're taking apart graphics cards tonight, starting with the 3090, because why not? We've got one, we may as well take it apart. And you can see that in taking it apart, that's getting very sticky actually. There's enough space there that I can actually put this down, and the thermal paste won't end up all over the bench. So the pads that are in a fairly good condition, which may be none of them, but normally these pads, note that I am grounded. I would not even touch these chips if I wasn't wearing a grounding strap at this point, because these chips are the most sensitive part. These are what we call the VRAM, or the video RAM. They are memory chips. I've got a feeling this thermal pad is toast. Yeah, they're all toast. Right, okay, we're going to be repadding this card then. Okay. I wasn't anticipating doing that. Well, I'm taking it apart to repaste anyway. It doesn't need it as such, although I wanted to see what the paste setup was like on it. But I wanted to make sure it was all happy inside. Make sure that everything is where and how it should be. This is kind of more of a learning experience than actually required maintenance. But if your card is getting a bit old and manky, and maybe your performance is dropping a bit or whatever, you're going to be doing something very similar to this. You're going to be taking it apart, you're going to be cleaning up all the muck that's inside, you're going to be putting it back together, you're going to be repasting it before you do so. You will want to make sure you've got plenty of thermal pads, because the thermal pads are very important for these inner parts of the card. But Wick, apart from weary, hope you're well. Yeah, got up early and went. Getting up early, very dangerous. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to break out one of my advanced measuring tools. We do have them. They are very advanced. They do very good measuring. I do need to quickly figure out which part of the toolbox I've stashed it in. Move the smaller electric screwdriver out of the way, because I've got a little brother to the one that I'm using. That's slightly less powerful, so less good for what we're doing right now. That's a box of Lego hitting the floor. We might make some Lego at some point on stream, but not today. We're going to break out the electronic digital calipers. They're very smart, very accurate measuring device. So they've got their own little case that they come in. We don't need to see the case is not important here. What we need to care about is these calipers. And what we do is we turn them on and we zero them. And then these are incredibly accurate. Undo this little knob on the top here a little bit. And you'll see this end measures the inside. So that would measure the width of my finger as 15.2 centimeters. No, 15.2 millimeters. Okay, 15 centimeters, that's a lot. You've also got these pieces here, which measure the inside space. So I could put them in here, expand this, and say, okay, well the inside of that is 40.5 millimeters. But these also have a depth measurement, which is this spike on the end. So what I can do is I can say, okay, well this plastic cap here, the depth of the inner part is 22.56, and the depth of the outer part is 24.86. And so these measure multiple things. Why do I have calipers like this? Well, because we need to measure how thick these pads are. 15.2. Yeah, that would be a very big finger indeed. So I'm going to use the depth measurement on these to measure how deep these pads are. And so all I'm going to do is I'm going to put it flat on the pad and then extend the measuring part. And the idea is to get an accurate measurement of the depth of the pad without squishing it too much. And so the other way to do it is to start with it extended and then just slowly bring it down. And these are coming in at 1 millimeter, give or take a little bit. Luckily, I have a selection of 1 millimeter thermal pads. So that's going to be really useful because I'm going to need to take off all of these. So there's a millimeter of difference between the pad and the chip underneath it in terms of height. And that's really important to know because if you don't have thick enough pads, you're not going to have the pressure you need. So we're going to bring in this plastic razor. And we're just going to gently use it to remove the pad without removing any of the components that are on the board. This is why we use plastic. I'm just going to move the heatsink assembly out of the way a bit because otherwise I'm going to end up tripping over myself. Oh, these are fantastic. I got the razor plus a whole bag of extra spare plastic blades, plus one sharp metal blade for like £3 on Amazon. It was incredibly cheap. But being a plastic razor, you can just gently remove things like this without risking damaging anything. I mean, just gently go at it. You know, we don't even need the chemicals to get most of these thermal pads off. We will clean it up with some chemicals a bit later. But just to remove the majority of the initial muck, just going to use the plastic razor. Better to measure them all individually. No, so these pads on the VRAM are all going to be the same thickness. The chips are the same thickness here. And the heatsink they're going onto is the same thickness. So these on the back are all going to be 1mm. Some of the other parts will be different. Isopropyl alcohol? No, I'm going to be using proper thermal compound remover and surface prep tool chemicals. I've actually got proper chemicals for the job. Isopropyl alcohol is a solvent, and it's great for some things, but it should not be the go-to for every single situation. There are some situations where it's completely inappropriate to use isopropyl alcohol, and some where it is absolutely the best tool for the job. You can see we're just taking the majority of the surface mark off of here. And because this is plastic, there's no chance of it causing any major damage to these chips. And chewing gum would not suffice, no. Isopropyl chemicals, yeah, something like that. And popcorn, maple popcorn frap. Thanks, Vigo. Vigo, my friend, you've got bigger fish to fry at the moment, like cleaning up all those cream pies. By the way, shout out to your wife, who was absolutely the MVP on that stream the other day. And she was amazing. ABC gum, or something like that. You did that right after the show. Man, you had a heck of a time that night. That was a very long stream, and a very awesome one. What I am going to do is I'm going to use the calipers to double check one of those pads for thickness as well, using the standard jaws. Because although the depth is pretty good, it doesn't hurt to double check. But I want one that I've not really mushed too much. And so we're just carefully using this plastic razor to lift these pads from the chips. Now, none of this is gooey or icky. It's all just slightly rubbery. I mean, it's sticky, but it's more rubbery than actual goo. Where did I put the calipers? Just there. So, again, just zeroing it to make sure it's the right starting point. And the thing to be very careful of here is not to squeeze too tight. Now, see, that shows 1.25. I think these might actually be 1.5s, and the depth measurement might have been a little bit off, because they do look a little thicker than 1. Yeah, I think these might all actually be 1.5s. And so that's why I wanted to double check it. And so we're going to do we're going to put 1.5s on, but we're going to get rid of all of that lot first, because that lot is in the way now. And this will be why I got false readings, because some of it will be stuck to the back plate. There's not a lot that's stuck to the back plate, but there's some. And so again, at the same time, we're going to clean up this back plate. I'm just going to take these bits off. We're going to leave this one intact, because this one should be fine. It came off in one piece. But these others that are broken apart, we're going to replace completely. So, that's the backplate sorted on there. And that's that part of the card sorted. It's going to need some more cleaning and prep, but we can deal with that in a bit. And over on this side we've got a similar situation. We've got pads that I believe are probably the same. They certainly look it. What are all the capacitors for? So this being an RTX3090, it uses a lot of power. This thing can pull, I think they said, what was it, nearly 600 watts at full pelt for a 3090, which is a heck of a lot of power. I could be wrong, it could be 450. I know the 4090 is capable of sort of 600 watts or so. I think the 3090 might be a bit less. I think this might be a 450 watt card rather than the 600. I think the 600 is the 4090, which we're going to get onto later. Oh, that's the cooler on the 3090, but here's the 4090. So big that you can't see it on camera, so let's pull the camera back. This is the 4090. If we get the 3090 done in a sensible time frame, we're going to explore what's inside the 4090 as well. A 355 and 365 watts. I'm going to disagree with that on account of the fact that my 3080 was able to pull 360 on its own. I'm pretty sure a 3090 will pull more than 360, given that a 3080 pulling 360 was normal. But these are massive cards, yes. And again, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the same 1.5mm, but I will check it. So again, I'm just going to carefully lift it. And trying not to damage any of the components underneath it on the board. And try not to damage the pad too much because I need to check the thickness on it. Luckily with this specific pad, there's a part at the end there that wasn't actually on the chip in the first place. And so as I'm lifting it, I'm just breaking any last little bonds that are left on the chip. Not very easy to see, but I'm just doing that to make sure the whole thing comes apart. Again, just measuring this end piece without pushing too hard. Yeah, I think it's another 1.5. If you overclock, you can see power drop to 440. Yeah, it can get pretty crazy. So again, all these pads are going to come off. We're also going to deal with this mess in the middle. In fact, let's deal with the mess in the middle first. Oh, and try not to clobber the camera when we're doing so. Again, it's fine that this piece has come off. In fact, I'm going to leave this piece off for the moment. I'm going to stick it to my tracking magnet. So, we have our bag of cooling equipment. We have our bottles of cleaner, and 2 of. We have our microfiber cloths, 1 manky, 1 less manky. In here we have a ton of different types of thermal grease, and we have a load of thermal pads at the back as well. It is a very cool bag indeed. So we are going to start with the manky cloth. One of my co-workers has commented on the manky cloth a lot. When I say the manky cloth, it is very manky, you can see this. One of my co-workers was watching the stream when I mentioned the manky cloth in the past. He said it was the best part of the stream. This is a very, very manky cloth indeed. Don't end up with famous spare parts after I've reassembled the card. Now that's only when you do IKEA assembly that you end up with spare parts. There's always a bit left over. You never know where it goes. And so we're going to start off with ArctiClean Bottle 1, a thermal material remover. And what we're going to do is just drop some of this straight onto all this thermal paste. I'm going to put a bit on the heatsink as well, and just let that soak in a bit. Because this stuff isn't just like isopropyl, it doesn't just dissolve, it actually emulsifies, which I'm told is a different chemical process that actually yields better results and less messy results. All I know is that this stuff works well for removing thermal paste, so I use it. And you can see immediately the paste is starting to come off as a liquid. You can see it's going everywhere, but it is coming off, which is what we need it to do. We need it to come off. Being careful, of course, not to damage any of these components that are around what we call the die, this essential, a silvery piece, the piece that says NVIDIA there. I've got to be careful not to damage any of the tiny little components in around here. We do want to get all of this heatsink compound out if we can. This thermal grease. And thermal grease is the kind of stuff you don't want to get all over your hands, although you will get some on your hands. Would I ever use a Q-tip to remove the paste? No. I absolutely would not. Because that would tend to leave residue behind. The reason you use microfiber stuff is so that even when you rip it apart like I've just done there, you don't end up with a ton of fibers left everywhere. So that's a start, but it's not where we want it quite. I'm just looking to see what else I've got. Sometimes I use a stiff bristled brush to take out some more of this stuff. The reality is that as long as I clean up the main die, we don't need to worry so much about if there's a bit of paste on those or between these additional components here. It won't do any harm. So that's all the manky bits removed. I wonder if I've got one of those brushes handy still. I used to keep a couple handy. Let's see if the toolbox has got anything useful in it. Do I have one of those brushes? I may not, of course. I may have thrown them away. I have to excuse the crackling sound of the bags being rustled. Okay, I don't. But I do have a couple of paint brushes. I'm just wondering if either of these will be... I don't think it'll be stiff enough, but we can try one. No, that's not stiff enough to actually do anything. So we don't need to worry about that too much. A toothbrush would be ideal for this actually, but my toothbrush that I use for electronic stuff is not here. That being said though, it's not critical for what we're doing here, so we're not going to worry about it. We're going to slowly carry on removing these thermal pads, and the reason I wanted to get rid of that paste first is because now I can work right up against here without getting a thermal paste all over my fingers. You know, it's not that there's a specific order that you have to follow. It's more that to avoid getting thermal paste all over my fingers, I wanted to get the paste off first. And we know these pads are wrecked and not going to be reused. So I can just get straight in with the razor. Use it to remove these pads that are dead. And just like that. Again, you don't have to be perfect with this stuff, but I'm going to be as good as I can with it because I like to do a proper job. And you'll notice these chips are actually soldered down alternating angles. The logos on them are backwards. And that's likely just to make it easier for the people designing the circuit board to get all the tracks on the board where they want them to be. Now the main reason that any of you guys would do this is if your graphics card's a couple of years old and it's starting to perform a bit less well than it used to, and you decide that actually what you need to do is you need to clean it up a bit. You need to get out any dust, any mank. You know, you don't want to end up with dusty, manky stuff inside your graphics card, but if it happens, you then want to be able to clean it all down. Of course, being careful to only remove the bits that you need to remove, which is why we're using plastic tools. We don't want to use metal tools on this because we will damage something. And we don't want to do that. That would be really bad. So, the card we've now cleaned up. Well, we've taken everything off. We're going to bring in the cooler, which has been sat soaking. We're going to bring back the manky cloth. Oh yeah, Medic, the plastic razor is absolutely the best tool for the job. And you can see this is why we use the Arctic Clean. Because all that paste that looked really manky and horrible there has just come straight off. Now again, we can see there's a couple of bent fins on here. They're not critical, but I am going to straighten them out just while I'm here. Because if I straighten them out just a little bit, it'll help with airflow through the cooling stack. There's not a lot of airflow to worry about, because there's so many fins on this anyway. You can see over here, for example, yeah, some of these are a little bit misaligned, and actually that one feels like it's slightly too long and will always be slightly misaligned. Yeah, so a couple of these, because they are slightly too long, and that happens, that's manufacturing tolerances, it will always bow outwards slightly. I don't want to damage it, but I do want to give it a bit of extra chance to breathe. So just by straightening those out a little bit. Again, these on the end here. You should never need to do this, I'm just doing it because I'm picky. You don't actually need to mess with these fins at all, they'll be fine like that. Yeah, Medic, this came from Amazon. It was about £3 or something, I think. And came with 20 blades and a metal blade as well. But we're going to do some Stream Raiders. We're going to head back to the other side of the studio and take on some Stream Raiders. What are we going to do here? We've got 19 allies on the field. Another good number. I think I'm going to put a defensive spell down this time. Just because we can. We're going to get this going. Let's get this battle kicked off. Get everything going here. And there we go then, we've got Frog on the most kills with 5, Medical on the most assists with 8, Medical on that top spot with that combined 12. Going out at random, that 200 gold lands on LR Medic. Everybody else gets 8, I get 20, and some gladiators, and you'll get those personal chests. Which hopefully you're all going to find useful, you'll get some stuff out. I didn't get any assists from tanking that time either, which is thoroughly unhelpful, but we're going straight into a scrolls chest, because everyone loves scrolls, right? We all want some scrolls. I have got a whole bunch of stuff to do, starting with bringing some music in. Let's bring this back in. And let's have a look, see what we got going on here. And so my tank is going to go here. Just unlock the Berserker, very nice. Good job indeed. Let's go to my army, let's upgrade some units. We can upgrade our Buster. That is handy. We can upgrade our Gladiator. And we can upgrade our Mage as well. And upgrading those, very useful. Let's get back to the battlefield. And take a quick drink. Always very important, that. And then we're going to head back to the workshop. We're going to bring this back a bit. And so what we've done here is we've cleaned most of the muck off of this. There's still a bit there to go. I'm going to find a slightly cleaner part of the manky cloth. The reason we're using the manky one is because we're removing all the stuff that's on here. We'll also be removing that label, or at least the text on the outside of that label. I'm sure it's nothing critical. I might watch the VOD later, find out what it said and write it back on there. Probably won't, but I might. Oh wow, that surface looks a little bit less than flat. But that's fine. So, we've still got a couple of bits we need to take apart. I say take apart, what I mean is remove. And so on here. We're going to leave these pads on the sides because they're absolutely fine. We are going to remove these bits though. Because these bits are decidedly dead. Again, we'll tidy them off the bench in a moment. Now the reason these pads are all falling apart like this is because they've been in place and in use for a while. This card's had light use, but they've been in place for a very long time, so... I say a very long time. 18 months, 2 years maybe? So they've been squished for a while, and they've kind of got stuck in place. They're a bit dead. So what I'm going to do, although it's not strictly necessary, I'm just going to put a small line of Arctic Clean on each of these bits. It's not necessarily the best for this job, but it's leaving thermal paste residue behind, but that's fine because we're going to bring a clean cloth in a minute. While we're removing this gunk, though, we always start with the manky side, just to get off anything that we can. And I might actually do a mod with this card as well, because there is a mod a lot of people have done that actually helps with performance on this card quite a lot. And so I might do that while we're here and show you how that works. Are there any more pads I need to remove from anywhere? No, okay. Just remove whatever that is from there. Ooh. Okay, that's all good. Mr. Waffles, welcome on in. How are you? So, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to clean these chips up a little bit more. Redoing your office, expanding and upgrading ahead of a new job starting tomorrow. Very nice. So I'm just putting a small dot of the cleaning fluid on each of these chips. It really doesn't need it, but if we're doing a job, let's do it properly, shall we? If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. If it's not worth doing, give it to somebody else. In fact, I am going to switch to or am I? No, I'm going to stick with this just to take off the surface gunk. Being careful, of course, not to catch this cloth on anything and rip things apart. Yeah, that might be putting more muck on than it's taking off at this point, so find a clean part, just remove some of that again, and then we switch to the slightly less manky cloth, the cleaner one of the set. This is why we have multiple cloths. We can use this one to take off any residue that's left behind. Like that. So that all looks a little bit better. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing on the back, on these chips. Just a small dot on each of them. And the idea of this is just to remove any leftover thermal pad that might be here on these chips. Again, I'm being really light to touch with them. I'm trying to avoid getting anything on that doesn't need to be. I'm just having a bit of a a quick cursory look. So that's now a lot better. Everything on there is mostly clean. There's still a little bit of muck down here, but again, the clean cloth will just take that off. Obviously, we want to keep things as nice and clean as we can. So, at this point, our 3090 is completely stripped down and ready to start being reassembled. We've checked it's all clean. We've checked there's no muck anywhere. I'm surprised. I've got a lot of extra tracks in this playlist today, and it's still not played any of the new ones, I don't think. Oh well. So, first thing we need to do is replace some of these thermal pads. And to do so, we're going to need our bag of replacement thermal pads. You see, these are the 0.5 mil thick ones. These are the 1.5 mil thick ones, and those are the 1 mil ones. We've said we think they're all 1.5s. And that looks about right, looking at it as well. So we've got a nice sheet of thermal pad. Now this pad's got plastic on both sides of it. And that's to make sure that you can cut it easily without damaging it. And what I should have done here was picked up my scissors. But you don't need scissors to do this. There are other options as well. Such as bringing in my handy kitchen tile that I keep here. And my craft knife. And what we're going to do is we're going to line this up. I'm not going to put any pressure on this yet, I'm just going to hold it there. I'm going to remove the card. There's still no pressure on that at all. And then once the card's removed, we can start to cut. And that's conveniently exactly the right guideline anyway. And so, that'll fit perfectly on there. So you take the plastic off one side, put your pad where you want it to be, and once the pad's in place, assuming it'll come off, there we go. Plastic comes off the other side. At this point we do not want to touch that again. Now those are slightly deeper. So I'm actually going to cut a little extra notch there. And we're going to cut down on this line. That is the plan. And we want to go all the way to that a convenient notch that's on the pad already. This is hand. So literally all I'm going to do is draw a line down to there. I'm going to grab a straight edge. It doesn't actually require a straight edge, but it just makes it easier to do a single cut. And I'm going to want 2 of these. And so we'll just mark that there again. Run straight down. And then run straight across here. And then we want another one that's shorter, but not much shorter. And these don't have to be perfect, by the way. These can be close enough. And actually that overlap's going to be in the way, so that can just come off. That's where somebody else borrowed these and chopped bits for what they needed, which is exactly why we've got them. Now, is that going to be long enough? Like that? Yes, it is. In fact, that's absolutely perfect. Again, a very sharp craft knife, which is why we're cutting on a kitchen tile, bought from Amazon for exactly this purpose, and cutting and doing hot work. And with our knife, as always, lid goes on when we're not using it. We don't want to be hurting ourselves. So that can go off to the side. You can also use scissors for this. The scissors work perfectly fine on these. And safety first, absolutely, Vigo. And safety first. I don't want to see anyone cutting their fingers open and saying, but I saw that DJ guy on Twitch do that and he didn't cut his fingers, so I shouldn't have cut mine.
Congratulations, you are the winner.
And Twinfire bringing in that raid. Twinfire, my friend, how are you doing this evening? Let's see if the bot's alive. He was at the start of the stream. Auto DJ, shout out please. Right, the bot's going to ignore me. Auto DJ, shout out please. Oh, for goodness sake. I even kicked the bot at the beginning of the stream to make sure it was here. Conveniently, I have a button that will do this instead. Let's do it that way. What was Twin playing? Some Broken Age. How was Broken Age, Twin? And how are you? And thank you, of course, for coming in. Twin's viewers, how's the stream? How is it going? And yeah, Vigo, I did make sure that you weren't going to cut yourself when you were streaming, cutting some mangoes. Mostly because cutting yourself incurs a considerable amount of paperwork, and we don't want to be dealing with any of that. And also partly because I don't really want you cutting your fingers open. I also think the mini Vigos would have disliked the taste of blood in their mango. It may not have been very popular with them. But Twin, how are you, buddy? How did the stream go? And did you know what you were coming to see tonight? Or did you just come here anyway? Seamus managed to cut a mango, not himself. Yeah, Seamus, the difference is that Vigo was doing 6 things at once, including focusing on talking to me on Discord. And I did not want to see him cut his fingers open whilst waving a knife about Because Vigo is a hands talker. And so when he gets excited and he's talking about something, his hands go everywhere. And the last thing you want is a hands talker talking, waving hands around, and chopping fingers apart in the process. You don't want that to happen, it's really bad. Cuban, but almost the same. And you say, Twinfire says, it was nice, finished about half the point and click. Awesome. We're doing well here, thanks. We are tearing down and rebuilding an RTX3090 at the moment. We got a 4090 to do later in the stream, but we're doing a 3090 first. So we've done the pads on this side of the card. And at this point, we're going to bring in bottle number 2 of our fancy stuff. This is the surface prep fluid. And so what we do is we put a little bit of this on here. We go straight for the cleaner of the two cloths with the prep fluid. We find a nice clean part of it. And we just rub this straight into the surface that we're prepping. You see that's now immediately really, really nice and shiny. And see how shiny that is? That's why we use the 2-part fluid and why we use the prep fluid. Because that is now ready for thermal paste. But we're not going to put the thermal paste on just yet. Not just yet. Because the first thing we're going to do is going to bring in this mid plate again. And this mid plate sits nice and carefully down here. And this goes on all those thermal pads we've just put in underneath it. And we want to try and make it line up nicely. And so you can see all the holes there line up. More importantly, these rows of thermal pads line up with the components underneath them, which is all really important. You've got to keep all this stuff neat, especially when you're going to be putting the screws through multiple pieces to get something reassembled. And Vibrant Batman, welcome on in as well. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put some surface prep on here. Because I mentioned earlier that I might do a mod on this card. Now this is a mod a lot of people have talked about. And a lot of people have said actually helps a lot. So we're going to surface prep this mid plate as well. Now, at this point, be aware that you may void your warranty by doing this, because you are fundamentally changing the thermal behavior and performance of your card, because you're changing the thermal design of your card. So if you have someone who's very, very fussy about warranty, they may void your warranty over this. Most companies won't care. You have to excuse the crackling, that is the rather cool bag of cooling stuff. Most people won't care, but just be aware that there are some who may say, oh, you fundamentally changed the way our thermal design works, therefore you voided your warranty. However, this mod is widely reported to actually help with these cards, which get very, very warm. So we're going to give it a go. And we're going to see how things work. The first thing we're going to do, as always, is bring in our Kingpin KPX thermal paste, of which I have lots. This is a 30-gram tube. I bought it a couple of years ago. It is still going strong. I've done a lot of repastes with it. And I'm going to start with when some of the paste comes out. There we go. I'm going to start with a fairly thin X across here because we're going to spread it out in a minute, but getting an X of the paste on here and just wiping off what's left on the edge of the syringe. My frog getting himself a drink. Old crafty hen, very nice indeed. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to spread this around. We want to see paste on all of this nice silver part that we just made very shiny and silver. And this is one of the tracks that was not from the Command & Conquer soundtrack, so Winamp is doing its job nicely. It's picked up some of my other tracks as well. It seems to be somewhat appropriate for spreading paste with, though. And so there we go, we've got a nice layer of paste on here. Yeah, Seamus, it's the last of the good versions of Winamp. The last of the good versions. So, we've got paste on that central die. But what we're also going to do, when we put this back together, is we're going to put paste around the edge here on these black pieces. But before I do that, of course, I'm going to remove these labels that are right where the paste is going to end up. Thank you, Vigo. And so again, these labels are probably important for something. I don't know what. I'm sure they're a part number for someone for this card, and for this specific heatsink. I could just whack the thermal paste straight on top. I'm not going to, but I could. Man, Winamp was created back when nothing else worked. And then VLC came along. And VLC actually plays audio really well. So we're going to get these labels off. Because I don't know what they're there for, and they don't achieve anything useful. And since my isopropyl's in another room as well, I'm going to use some Arctic Clean just to take off some of this residue. It might not be too effective. I've never tried it for this, but we're going to give it a go. That's what they say, Profi, and that's what they say. Yeah, that's taking that glue straight off. Again, I could use something metal to remove the glue, but I don't want to. I don't like using metal tools, especially on prepped surfaces like these. Just removing the last of that gluey residue. So, that's all the manky parts off. If you render a podcast into MP4 versus MP3, is there any appreciable difference? No. Not that I'm aware of. I've always used MP3 for everything. Again, I'm going to use some of this surface prep. I'm going to run it all the way around the edge of here. And we're going to prep all of this part, not just the central piece. This is deviating from the manufacturer's original intention on this heatsink. They only intended for this central piece to ever be used for the transfer of heat. But we're going to use all of it. Oh yeah, that's pretty much my understanding as well, Seamus. Broski Tex, welcome in. Yeah, nice and shiny, that's how we like it. And what I'm going to do here... We've already got paste on the central part, so I don't need to put any more on there. But I'm going to put a little bit of paste around these edges. As I said, this is not a manufacturer-approved mod. This is not at all manufacturer-approved. I'm going to spread it out a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. I do want it to get squished on by the mid plate that it's going to attach to. And so this needs a little bit less care. It's not deadly important. But the idea of this is that essentially the mid plate there is in direct contact with the video memory via a thermal pad. And the video memory on these gets very, very hot. And what people figured out was that if they actually put a bit of paste on the edge of here, it would cool the video memory better. Now, before and after of what, Medic? Now, before and after of what? We're going to flip this over now. We're going to carefully line it up. We're going to do stream readers in just a moment. We're going to line that up. Give it a gentle press. And we're going to take this whole assembly and flip it over. And just line everything up properly because it's slightly misaligned. And now what we should be able to do, if we turn this around so that it's the same way as my screw tracking chart. Specs and cooling before and after the mod. So before it was running fairly normal, but these are known for getting a little bit warm on the memory. So we are doing opposite corners. And what I can't tell there is whether that got stuck because it's cross-threaded or whether it got stuck because the torque was too high. I was using it on the lowest torque setting, so it may well have just been torque. That is obviously not aligned quite right. There we go, that's caught in this time. That's good. Yeah, so because they're sprung screws, they're always kind of tricky to get lined up. I am going to redo that first one. You can start them by hand like that, assuming you can actually get the screw in. But by going backwards a couple of times with this one... Yeah, so it was cross-threaded. That's why I didn't want to go too far with it. So as anyone who's ever torqued up a wheel on a car will know, you always do opposite corners. And the reason you do opposite corners is to keep the torque and keep the alignment balanced. This is not easy with the screwdriver being as long as it is, and the camera being as close as it is to the GPU, but... Oh. That's what happens when you slip. No damage to the screw head, luckily, but... it could have been worse. Now again, we've got 2 more screws on this mid plate, and then we're going to take care of Stream Raiders. And these spring screws, again... are not ideal, because they're always difficult to line up to start with. And we're using an electric screwdriver for 2 reasons. 1, I'm lazy, and 2, it's a new toy I got recently, so we're using it. So that's the main assembly reassembled. There we go, we got a nice shiny heatsink bolted down to a card. After Stream Raiders you're going to head to bed, no problem. Well, we're going to do Stream Raiders right about now. Excuse that. That's just back of my chair knocking the camera because there's not a lot of room in this studio. I need a bigger studio. I think we want to put a curse on this boss. Let's get this battle started. Let's get this going. Hopefully I'll actually... No, I didn't get any assist from tanking there because we all got annihilated by that boss. This is problematic. We may have to rerun this battle. Yeah, I think we will. That boss was a nightmare. So, yeah, we're going to rerun that. We're going to try it again. It's a scroll chest. We want that. We want the scrolls. And so when Stream Raiders lets it start again, we're going to do that. And again, I'm going to drop a tank up here because I need to actually get some assist from tanking. And so get them on in. You've got half an hour as usual. I shall grab another quick drink. And we're going back to the workshop. And Profion, thanks for hanging out. Really do appreciate it. You stay safe. And so we've prepped, cleaned and reassembled the front of the card. The next piece we really want to do is the end plate. Now the end plate obviously has this little piece that came off the HDMI port.
It's not good. It doesn't look good. Losing control. I can't control it.
Which needs to slot back in.
It's not good. It doesn't look good.
Let's move this up a bit and see if we can show you. That's going to slot straight in there. Just like that. And these, just make sure that you've got a good ground between the card and this bracket. And so this bracket just sits over the end of these connectors. And then screws in. And I'm trying to figure out the best way of doing this. I think it's going to be to hold the card vertically, which is going to make this very problematic because there is not enough room between my camera and the card, and to get a screwdriver in there as well. So I think what we're actually going to do is come down here, and we're going to do it at an angle. Don't worry about that, that's just things being moved around on the desk. So.
It's not good. It doesn't look good.
Actually, I'm going to start with the middle screw, because I can get to the middle more easily. I'm just going to line it up by hand.
Perhaps you need another shot.
And then that goes in, and that will hold the bracket in place. And what that means is that I can put a finger on the side of the screw to stop it falling off the end of the driver. And then I can get it to bolt into place. Again, that's a common technique. If you've got a finger on the side of the screw, it allows the end of the screw to get into the hole it needs to go into. As long as you don't do that and move the card and lose it. And then you can just stabilise the card, and the screwdriver will do the rest.
It's not good. It doesn't look good.
And then I'm just going to nip these up a little bit further. Just like that. And so that's the end plate back on. You'll notice there's two screw holes top and bottom here that aren't reattached, and that's intentional. They're held on by another part. You'll also notice our screw tracking grid is still going quite well. We've got all the bits we need still here. And so we're going to pop this back over here. Now we're going to stand it up for a moment. Make ourselves a bit of room. And in comes the fan plate from earlier. And when it came off, it actually came off flat, so actually doing that is not a terrible idea. Let's see if I can make it so you can see that. Probably won't focus too well. And I'm now trying to work around the camera. There we go, one of them is in. If I didn't have a camera between me and the card, this would be a lot quicker. And it would look a lot easier. Now these cables do two things. One of them controls each fan, but you'll notice this one's got an additional red and black wire there. And that is for the oh so incredibly important GeForce RTX white light on the top. That's all that those additional two wires do, is they power the LEDs on the top. I am just going to tweak this slightly, move the wiring around, give it a bit of space in there. Those are very important wires. They feed very important lights. And this is where we need to drop back down to our Phillips 0, because these are smaller screws. Jimmy, welcome in. what you're seeing is us reassembling the 3090. This is actually the lower spec of the two GPUs we are going to be working on tonight. Yes, I did say the RTX3090 was lower spec. So that's one in. What I'm going to do now is flip the card over. And come down to the opposite corner. And drop the screw in place for this corner. And then, if you'll excuse me moving the camera a bit because it's in the way. Once that corner done, then we're going to move down the long side into this corner over here. Seeing its price causes a heart attack. You should see the price of the other one we're going to take apart in a minute. You think this is bad? I know Geeky's going to yell at me when we start doing the 4090. And she keeps threatening to yell at me about doing the 4090, but we're going to do it. I think it's important. For science or something. Okay, that's 4 of the 6. Seamus would like to upgrade his card but doesn't want to spend the price of his PC again. I can understand that, Seamus. Actually, I use these cards just for gaming, Jimmy. I use the 3090 and the 4090 just for gaming. When you start playing games like some people play, I don't play Flight Sim, for example. Flight Sim 2020 needs the video RAM that the 3090 and the 4090 have. It needs obscene amounts of that to be able to store all the 4K textures. So that's the shroud back on. PCP, am I qualified to do this type of work? No. No, I am not. I'm absolutely not qualified to do this type of work. How are you, buddy? How are you doing? So again, we're going to go... Yeah, before on your monitor struggles with high textures, the card only has 8 gig. Yeah, that's where these higher end cards really start coming into their own. We're going to put the cleaning liquid on first, but we're going to go with the less manky cloth. About to hop on the bike for an afternoon ride, or ride safe. Keep it shiny side up and keep it dirty side down. Jimmy, it really depends on the game. If you want to be running 4K textures, you need a lot of video RAM on some of these newer games. And so that's that cleaned up. And again, we're going to be going with some more thermal pads for this bit. We don't need paste. And so we're going to bring in our cutting tile again. Do a quick measurement. Okay, that's the same size. So Actually, that'll go quite nicely where that cut already is. Blue tack instead of... No, you can't use blue tack instead of expensive thermal pads. Thermal pads are thermally conductive, blue tack is not. So again, we're just using a very sharp knife to cut our thermal pads. Yeah, 10 gig card for Diablo 4 is fine. It depends on the resolution on your monitor though. I know Seamus has a very shiny Alienware ultra-wide monitor. The same one that I have arriving tomorrow, if the postage service does its thing. I think he's got the same one as me. He might have the other version of it. But I have one arriving tomorrow. I am absolutely looking forward to it. Absolutely stoked about getting it. It's going to be awesome. And shiny and pretty. I'm getting the DWF. The FreeSync version. Not because it's a second edition or anything, but because for the price difference, when I don't really need to pay the Nvidia tax, the DWF makes sense to me. And so again, we're just chopping this, and of course we're using this tile because otherwise I would be cutting through my anti-static work mat. Now, the mat is toughened, but I still don't like the idea of cutting through it. You got the G-Sync version. I mean, it's not whether it's first versus second edition, it's just that it's got different technologies inside it. So yours is actually higher refresh rate than mine will be. Mine is 165 Hz, whereas yours is 175 Hz. I'm going to chop that piece off there because it doesn't need to be there. I don't think it's quite big enough. Oh no, that is just about big enough actually. I can make use of this piece that was spare for that VRAM chip. Yeah, there's a few other differences. That's the right width. Okay, I can use that as a marker then. Yeah, so the FreeSync version, because it's FreeSync rather than G-Sync, the firmware's upgradable. The G-Sync ones, you can't upgrade the firmware because essentially there's too much stuff going on with the NVIDIA G-Sync module. Yeah, I'm just going to put a marker right there. Oh. Lifted off a thermal pad that I've just put down, but that's okay. And so I wasn't actually cutting on the card there. I was just marking where I'm going to cut. That's the actual cut. But yeah, I did my research. I know exactly which one I wanted and why. It's not so much that it's second versus first edition, it's more that because the technology is different, some of the ways things work are also slightly different. And that is not fully aligned, so let's make sure it's bang on. Now I've left the plastic on 3 of these, so I'll just take that off as well. Because you don't want to be putting this together with plastic inside it. And plastic is not very good for thermal conductivity. I can tell you that as an absolute fact. Plastic is terrible for thermal conductivity. Yeah, good, that one I've done both sides of. Cool. Okay, so we can now move our cutting mat back out of the way. And put the blade cover back on the blade. Very important. We do actually have a safety command on this stream, because safety is important. And then we bring in this piece. We'll flip it over so it's the right way up. Take out the little bit of paste or pad that's stuck in the corner there. And drop this back down. That all lines up. Ooh. It almost lined up. Ah. That's actually two separate pads, so let's... What I've done is I'll put that pad on the cooler, because it's slightly different to the others. There's an additional pad there. I'm not sure why, but there is. But again, we want to kind of line this up as best we can before sort of sticking it down anywhere. And that looks mostly alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the corner screws and just finger tight to begin with. In fact, not even finger tight, just in the sockets, or in the threads. As an alignment. That is not going into the threads properly, so... We'll give it a bit of help. This is where a manual screwdriver sometimes does the job a bit better. There we go, that's lined up. And I'm not putting these in all the way, I'm just using them to line things up. I will go back and tighten these later. That's also why I'm not torquing them up in order. So I've done that end. We're going to do this end now. Again, just a bit of alignment. Because as long as the corners are all lined, the rest of this should go in smoothly. And that drops straight into the slot, I could feel it. That one as well. And this one. And then the final two. Okay, so they're all in roughly the right place. So what I'm going to do... Oh. This one, which wasn't aligned properly to begin with, is now fully aligned, and I'm using the wrong bit. That's why that's feeling a bit weird, and that's why it's making weird noises. I was still using my Phillips 0 bit. Very, very bad. That's how you round out screws. Don't want to do that. So, back on the Phillips 1 bit. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kind of go across the card diagonally. Ooh. So we've done two of them so far. That's 3. Apologies for the camera moving so much. That's kind of difficult when I'm working on things with screwdrivers. And that's 4. And then we're going to dive back down to here. In fact, no, we're going to come to this one here now. Being careful, of course, not to round any of these screw heads out. Looking at new PCs is fine, Seamus. It's when you buy them that your bank balance complains at you. And then finally, that's all 9 screws back in. That is our 3090 reassembled. And when I put this in a PC later, I will test it. And it will look very pretty. You're looking at the Aurora R15. That's the one that I took apart just before Christmas, if you remember. Or just after Christmas. I took that one apart on stream. It's a lovely bit of kit. It's a very hefty bit of kit, but it's a lovely bit of kit. So, how are we doing on time? 10:30. Yeah, we got time. We started late. That is the 3090 done. And ready to go. And so that can go to the back of the desk. And in comes its big brother. This is the 4090. And this thing is an absolute beast. Now, I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to take apart. Because I've got no reason to really take apart the actual heatsink and repaste it. But I want to see what's different on this from its little brother. And this is a huge chunky card. Now the first thing I'm looking at is on the end of here, and this is going to take some camera moving, so just bear with me. On the end of here you can see there's an extra bracket that's screwed in with 4 hefty screws. I don't know whether that needs to come off or not, or whether that can actually stay on that mid plate, so I'm going to leave it where it is to begin with. But I am going to check, are these still Philips 1s? No, they're not. Oh wow, okay. We're on Philips Zeros to get inside of this one. That's different and interesting. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to be Philips 1s for the backplate. The Philips 1 versus Philips 0 is the size of the screw head. Oh. Okay, that might not be Philips 1, or if it is, it's just a very tight one. Oh, sorry, it might not be Philips 0. Unless actually what I've done is mushed my Philips 0 screw a bit. I may have done. Luckily I have a spare Philips 0 bit. It's a short one, but we'll try that. Will that slot into the screw head is the question. It will. Good. Okay. I'm going to try this different screwdriver bit, because it might just be that I've damaged the other bit. I'd rather damage the bit than the screw. Yeah, it was the bit that I've damaged. Wow, okay, this is a really tight screw. I might actually switch to my manual screwdriver for this in a minute, because... Okay, it's just that one that's really tight. Let's take some of these others out. We're going to track them on the grid again. We're going to track them all as they come out. Okay, that one came out easily. Which suggests to me it's just that screw that's unreasonably tight. I'm just redoing my tracking grid. We'll try it again. There we go. And so it was just tight because it was under tension, I think. Where did those tweezers go? There we go. I didn't want to flip the card upside down just to get that screw out. Oh, nice. Bought yourself a new AIO. Very nice. So, let's carry on taking this apart. Let's have a look inside here. I'm just going to pop these. Oh, sneaky. This is not the same layout. And some of those are a bit tricky to remove. We're over here now. Out comes this one. And the reason I want to track each one is because if they happen to be different for any reason, we're going to want to make sure they go back in the hole they came out of. Yeah, that's fine. Those noises are just the screws getting past the end of the thread and going round again. Just removing these screws, which can sometimes be a little tricky. But once they're loose, they tend to come out all right. There we go. That's those screws tracked. And we can take this plate off. But let's do Stream Raiders first. Let's wait until we've done Stream Raiders and then see what's underneath. Let's have a look. What do we got here? We got a few units. Again, I think we want to put a curse on this guy. Let's get it started. Okay, there's things going on there. This boss is really nasty. That buster was a very good shout for whoever threw that. Waffles, that flying buster was absolutely the right choice. Absolutely a solid option. Am I going to get assist from tanking? I've got one. I need 4. One is better than none. Waffles, that balloon buster was absolutely the right choice. Well decided there. Let's get that open, let's see what we've got going on. We've got Medic on the most kills with 16, we've got Profion on the most assists with 6. We've got Medic on the top spot with that combined 20. Going out at random then. Profion picks up about 200 gold. Everybody else gets 8. I get 20 and 30 vampire scrolls. That's a lot of vampire scrolls. And we're into a boss fight. Let's get this going. Let's have a look at this boss fight, see what we've got on this field. I still need to drop a tank in there for some more of this. Let's throw some of that down. And we will see that, as always, in about 30 minutes. We're going to head back into the workshop. And we're going to find out what's underneath this backplate. I've not seen under here before. I've not seen videos under here or photos under here. This is the first time I've seen what's under this backplate on the 4090. Again, I expect there's a lot of similar things to what was on 3090. And there's a lot less, okay. We've got thermal pads there, which mostly look like they can be reused, actually. There's only a little bit of surface stuff that's come off. I think I'm going to leave those pads alone, because if I clean up a bit of what's on these components here, where they've been compressed in, which I'm going to do now, and just carefully. I think where they've been compressed in so far, there's probably a ton of headroom on those thermal pads. As you can see, they've used one pad for all the different heights of component here. I'll get a better look at that in a moment on the back plate, but I just want to take off a little bit of this where I can. This is all thermal pads, so none of it is conductive, it's all fairly squishy. I'm just cleaning off some bits of this where I can. I'm not going to go after all of that. I would need something like a toothbrush, I think, to get in all the bits around all these components. And I don't want to risk damaging the components. It's entirely unnecessary. So what I was saying about, if we look at this, you see we've got these really thick pads with all these indentations in them for all the little components. And then these chunky indentations for some of those larger... I think they're just capacitors. Yeah, they're electrolytic capacitors. So none of those really need cooling that much. And so I suspect what that is just to help the video RAM, which is probably all on the other side, vent a little bit of extra heat. Now, I'm seeing screws here, which likely connect to the heatsink. I'm seeing screws on the edge of the fan shroud. I'm seeing screws on the end plate which seem to be attached to the mid-plate bracket, but I don't think they're attached to the fan shroud. And so I think the fan shroud's the next thing that's coming off. And are we back to Philips 1? We are, okay. That's an interesting choice then. I don't understand why they would have done that. Well, let's have these screws out. From the fan shroud. What's the best way of doing this so you guys can see it as well? And possibly this sort of angle, I think. And then I'll go at it from a sort of 45-degree approach. Normally, of course, I just do this all flat on the bench, but I want you guys to be able to see what's going on as well, so I'm kind of tailoring the angle of this so that you guys can actually see something. Because otherwise it'd just be me running around with the screwdriver and you'd see nothing until it's all apart. And where's the fun in that? Yeah, if I'm going to bring you along for the journey, let's actually bring you along for the journey, eh? So that's the top part. We've got one down here. And just like that. We've got one in the middle. And one over at this end, and I can already feel this shroud is starting to come loose. Okay. So we've got the 6 fans, or the 6 fan shroud, and screws off. And yeah, that is immediately loose. Wow, okay, that was easier than I expected. You can see again we've got connectors over here. And connectors which are cable tied down. That one came out nicely. That one also came out nicely. Again, one for each fan. And one part for the LEDs on the top here. So, that is our housing off, with the fans on it. Let's just carefully put that out of the way. This is a heck of a chunk of cooling plate here. All these heatsink fins, there are a lot of them. It weighs an absolute ton. Not literally, of course, but metaphorically. Now, looking at what we got here, we've undone the screws that hold the back of this bracket on. And theoretically we could get away with not taking out the side screws, but I'm going to take them out anyway because it's good practice to do things properly. And we advocate good practice here on the stream. That is the wrong size bit again. We're back down to our Phillips 0 for these, I think. And certainly for this one we're down to Phillips 0 again. And this one's really quite tight. My screwdriver's having trouble with it. There we go. Okay, it's the thread lock that did it. And these are very definitely not the same screws. At least it doesn't feel like they're the same. They might be. Yeah, no worries, Seamus. Thanks for hanging out. And so, again, we've got our end plate bracket here. That'll come off. Panther Paws, welcome on in. You can come in while you're working. We are taking apart expensive graphics cards tonight. We are doing full disassembly of currently an RTX4090. We've done the 3090 already. And this is a beast of a card. And looking at this, I think all that's left to come off now are these rear screws. I think this actually might be marginally easier to dismantle. Again, are these Phillips 1 or Phillips 0? They are Phillips 1, okay. I think this might be marginally easier to dismantle than the 3090 was. You'll notice this time we don't have spring screws on the main central GPU part. What we have instead is this springy plate, which likes to try and explode its way off the board. And that's almost certainly going to need a manual screwdriver to get it tightened down. But this plate here, it's a retention mechanism. If I take the screws out of it, assuming they'll come out, well, they won't, they're captive screws, even better. And so if you look at it from here, you can see it's actually bent. And that's intentional, it's supposed to be bent. And the idea is that when it's flat on the centre, you have to put pressure on the corners and to screw it down. And what that does is it holds the whole card together. And so that's really cool, I like that. And I like the fact it's got captive screws. That's a really nice touch. They didn't have to do that, but the fact they did is great. I really like that part of the design. Again, we're just going to take out these two corner screws. These are spring screws. We're going to see what else we've got under here. And the reason I'm going for this, the things that are supposed to be bent like that are instead curved. Curved, bent, and close enough. Close enough for government work. Now the question is, at this point, is the mid plate going to come off with the heatsink assembly, or is the heatsink assembly going to come off separately? I think the two are separate. It certainly feels like they're separate. Yep, they are. There's the heatsink assembly coming off. Lucid Links, welcome in. You've turned up just as we've taken the heatsink off of our RTX4090. This is the 4090 out of my Alienware Aurora R15. You've turned up just as we finished taking the heatsink off of it. This is not a part of a car, as Seamus has said. You got the good timing. Well, you missed the disassembly steps, but you've caught the now it's a part piece. And again, actually there's some really nice touches here. So, they've put thermal pads on the memory. The memory chips are around here again. There are fewer of them than there were on the previous card, but they are going to be higher capacity. I'm not taking the pads off of them. So that's a nice touch. They've got pads on these three components. There. If I bring this down a bit, up there as well. So that's a nice touch as well. They've really thought about the cooling on this. Writing up an episode script at Korean food. Any dishes spring to mind as iconic when I hear Korean food? Not so much. I don't tend to think of Korean food all that much. Being British and all, we don't tend to do a lot of Korean stuff. Gonna raid CXC, okay. Yeah, that could be good. Could be a good shout. Lucid, motivation for taking it apart was I wanted to see what they've done with this. I've seen inside the 3090 before, and I wanted to see how different from the 3090 the 4090 is. So again, this is coming up quite nicely. I'm trying not to put too much pressure on it. And that came out fairly easily. And Zaneka, I did see your comment earlier about replacing the 12+4 connector. Okay, so we've got a line of pads across each of these. And those pads sit on these because they need cooling. Okay, that looks like a really nice design, actually. I like this. And Silly Laird, welcome in. How are you? Welcome to Taking Apart Expensive Things. Kimchi is your core characteristic segment. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, the motivation is to see what's inside and have a poke around with it. And I've got to say, for the size of the 4090, this is the only bit that's a circuit board. There's a lot less circuit board than there is cooler. I mean, look at that compared to this. There's almost twice as much of it. There is a lot of cooler here relative to the amount of board that you've got. And again, we've got these nice sprung earthing pieces here. It doesn't matter if I pull them out slightly because they're just going to get squished back into place by the end bracket. So we've got those, they maintain a good earth. We've got a nice clean board here. Now at this point, if you were going to do liquid cooling on your 4090, you would throw away all of that cooling assembly we've just taken off and you just use this card piece and possibly the sprung retention bracket here that we commented on that I said was bent, that Seamus said was curved. Seamus has obviously worked in the marketing department, I have not. It looks bent to me. So again, we're going to leave the pads alone. The pads look absolutely fine. There's a number of unpopulated components on here, and that's absolutely fine too. They're not necessary for what they're doing. They're absolutely not necessary for this card, otherwise they would be populated. They may be for future expansion for other cards that use the same board type. In terms of thermal paste, that looks like a reasonable coverage on here. There are some bits that look slightly bare, but that's probably because they've transferred to the other side of the heatsink. So again, I'm not worried about any of that. That all looks good. And when this card was in my system, it performed absolutely fine. So that doesn't concern me either. What I do need to do is make sure when I put it back together that I get the same results I got before I took it apart. Because if I didn't, then I'll have to have a play around and figure out why. I did see this with the 3080 I played with a while ago. So I'm going to let that soak in for a moment. I'm going to do the same over here. This is standard Arctic Clean. Great for removing thermal paste. This is the thermal material remover. Emulsifies and removes thermal compounds and pads. You see instructions on back, keep away from children. You definitely think the thermals on your 4090 and your R15 are more than acceptable? Yeah, this one's been absolutely fine. I'm taking it apart because I want to see what's inside here and have a poke around. And when I put it back together, I'm going to use high performance paste because I've got a ton of high performance paste. But it doesn't need the repaste. It's getting it just because I've taken it apart, and therefore, when you take something like this apart, you must replace the paste when you put it back together. You can't reuse paste once you break the seal on it. And so, we're going to try and get off some of this paste, starting, as always, with the manky cloth. And so named because it is manky. And therefore perfect for removing large globs of thermal paste. Again, as with the other card, it's not critical that we get every last piece off of every single surface mount component around the edge of the die, as long as the die itself is clean. The die is the most important part of this. And the die, when I say that, I mean the silver bit in the middle that says NVIDIA on it. That is the GPU die. And that's the bit we really care about. because that's the bit that generates all the heat. And so being really careful not to knock any of these surface mount components off, or leave bits of microfiber cloth behind, because you don't want to do that either. Both of those would be bad things to do. That is going to want some surface prep as usual. But we're going to slide the heatsink in and drop that down on the mat. Bear in mind we're working on an anti-static desk mat here, so I can just drop the board straight on the mat and not worry about zapping it. I think we used to have GPUs that didn't even have fans, and now we've got these behemoths. Yes. Yes, we did. In fact, I remember a lot of computers that didn't even have dedicated separate GPUs. I remember when a GPU was a luxury, not a necessity. So again, we're going to clean off as much paste from here as we can. I'm going to drop a bit more cleaning tool. Random Cirrus Logic chip. Yeah, exactly. So a bit more OptiClean. Just because I want to get as much of this paste off as I can. There we go. We're going to use the less manky cloth as well. Just make some of this as clean as possible. I've got a feeling that not all of this will come off, but that's okay. And what we're going to do now is we're going to bring in the second part of the OptiClean solution, the surface purifier. Again, we're just going to put a healthy dose on there and on these bits. I'm a fan of using this OptiClean. Works incredibly well. Going to find a clean bit of the less manky cloth. I'm just going to prep all of these surfaces. Liquid fire? No. OptiClean is a specific solution for cleaning up thermal compound. That was a very big shift. It's a very specific cleaning solution. We now have integrated GPUs that can compete with older DGPUs. Yes, yes we do, Znaka, you're absolutely right there. So, I think we've prepped that as well as we're going to be able to. I don't think that cold plate is actually going to shine up. And I don't want to attack it with sandpaper and things like that. I think that's a bad idea. It's fine the way it is. Not going to work if you get it on open round. I have no idea what you're talking about, but you know. And yeah, CNC music. I like using CNC music when I'm here, but I've also got some tracks from Unreal Tournament in the mix tonight. I wanted a bit more than just a CNC. We've also got a bonus track which we haven't yet caught on the random list. I might go and find it in a minute myself. I'm hoping it comes up on the random list by the end of the night, but if it doesn't, we'll find it. Okay, so that's now nice and clean. I'm still not happy with that heatsink cold plate. That is not shining up, but can't tell why. GT9090 had some good tracks as well. Yes, yes it did. Now that's exactly what we got, Snake, because some of the stuff we've had. Yes, GT99 is available on Steam. And some of the music you've had tonight, Snaker, has been from Unreal Tournament. I'm going to get another layer of art to clean on. I'm going to leave this to settle for a moment. Because I want to see if we can get this to clean up completely. We may not be able to. Yeah, I think there's something with the surface of this and the compound that was on it. That means it may not clean up fully. But I also don't think that's necessarily a disaster. I think that may be okay. We'll put some more prep on it, because I've just been over it with the cleaning again. And the prep fluid does make a difference, as we've seen earlier. So I've no idea what this stuff is. And why it's just staying like it. But I've also got, like I said, a feeling it's probably not the end of the world. Although I may ask some questions later of some people. I'll see if they can tell me. What we're going to do though, is we're going to bring in our large syringe of Kingpin's KPX and thermal paste again. And as always, I'm going to put an X bit on the die, nice thin X, and then spread it. Just wipe off any spare that's on the end. The dots are not necessary, but because there was spare paste on the end of it, I just clean it off by wiping it on the die. And then again. I'm just going to go for a nice even spread. Now the trick when you're spreading paste like this is not to press too hard. Because if you do press too hard, what you end up with is sort of scratches and digs through the paste. You don't end up with a nice even layer. Whereas if you keep the pressure even but gentle, you see where I'm starting to get those ripples? If I press a bit too hard, I'll get sort of a ripply pattern on here. You don't want that, so you want nice, gentle but even layer across it. And that way, when it's nice and flat and spread like that, we can come back, we can go the other way down it. At this point, it's not critical, because we've got even coverage everywhere. And what will happen is anything that's left on the other side of the cold plate pressure will push it together. And what I'm also going to do is just wipe the spreader on the cold plate, just because there's no point wasting the paste. Otherwise all I'm going to be doing is wiping it straight into the manky cloth. And so wiping some of that back on there, it's not a problem to do that. It's not really a waste, but, you know, as long as you end up with enough paste on there to get what you want where you want it. And then we're going to start the reassembly process. So, in reverse order. That is Stream Raiders. In fact, let's do Stream Raiders, then we'll do the reassembly. Because that way we're not stopping as soon as we've started. So, Stream Raiders. Let's have a look at this. What have we got? We have 10 allies on the field this time. Excuse me. That's not where I wanted that. That's useless. That's entirely useless. That is entirely useless to everyone. We're going to go with it. Let's get this battle kicked off. All of the UT games are delisted, but you've got them on GOG. That's weird. Because I've still got UT99 on Steam. Maybe because I was given it before it got delisted. It should still be available, I think. Okay, I've got enough assists this time, I should complete that quest. This is going to be good. My Frog is looking like he's going to stay with the kills. Span looks like she's got the assists tied up. And indeed, Oyfrog with the most kills with 12. Span with the most assists with 10. Oyfrog on the top spot with that combined 12. Going at it random, Oyfrog picks up that monk. Everybody else gets 8 gold. I get 20 and 3 musketeers. You'll get those personal chests as usual. We've defeated a boss. And we've got time for a couple more tonight. Doesn't matter which way we go. We've got gold both ways. We've got skins. Okay, this gives you skins and scrolls, whereas that gives you one or the other. We're going to take the top route. If you already have it, you're good. You just can't buy it anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. Annoying, but it makes sense. I need to go hand in that quest because if I don't, then there may be another quest hanging off it. There isn't. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get back to that battlefield then. What have I got to drop now? Oh, I've done the battle plan quest as well. Let's go hand that one in. It didn't tell me I'd done that one, but there we go, we have. Perfect. Where is that music? Let's bring some of that back in while we're looking at this. Let's see what's happening here. So. I've got to get used to level 30. That means I would normally go for my rogue. None of these are weak to any of my units, really. What are these things weak to? They're not weak to any of this stuff. Okay, the rogue it is, then. Rogue is going down. Get some units on in. We'll see that in about 30 minutes. And we're going to start the reassembly process. So we've got a nice spread of paste on this die. But before we can put the heatsink on, we need to put this mid plate on again. Before we do that though, Snakefin, you commented on being able to put a different connector on here. And why have I got a wayward? Ah. That's why I've got wayward thermal pads. Because they should have been on those corners. Let's make sure they're on those corners. And so the connector you're talking about is the newer version of this connector. This 12+4, there is a newer version that's been standardized on. And theoretically, if I could buy one, it would take a lot of soldering. And you see there's 30 different contact pads there. There's 2 sets of 12, a row of 4 in the middle, and a spare 2 on the end. I do not think I want to be messing with that and changing a 30-pin connector. That is not the kind of thing I want to be messing with. But it's nice to know that I could if I wanted to. And so this comes in. And this is going to sit quite nicely. Is it there that it sits? Yeah. Okay, that's... yeah, that is where it goes. It drops down there. And just like that. That sits quite happily on all of these components, nice and flat. Just make sure these pads are where they want to be. Obviously at this point, I'm trying to be careful not to touch any of the surfaces we've prepped, because we don't want to get any muck on them. We're going to bring this massive heatsink back in. This absolute beast of a heatsink. We're going to try and line this up. I think that's about right, but let's flip it over and check. Nope. Aha, there we go. So that hadn't actually made proper contact before because it wasn't all lined up with the holes. It is now, and it's dropped into place. And so that will stay exactly where it is. And at this point, we've kind of got to do the 6-handed shuffle. Because we got a bunch of screws to put back in. Luckily we've got some decent music to do this too. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with these 2 spring screws up here. And we're going to see if we can get these in, whilst also holding everything together. That one's gone in, nice. The thing is, I'm having to hold this all together so that the card and the board stay, or rather the card and the heatsink stay next to each other relatively. Or stay in the same place relative to each other. I'll put my teeth in and learn to speak in a minute, that'd be a good idea. Because I need them to stay together. Luckily with that first screw in, I think they will. Because if they come loose and come apart, it's going to become a bit annoying because I'll have broken the seal of the paste that I've just put together. And you kind of don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be putting it together, then taking it apart, then putting it together again. That looks like it's gone down nicely. So now we're going to come to the bent bracket. Or as Seamus put it, the curved bracket. Now this might not be possible with the electric screwdriver. We're going to give it a go. But it might not be possible, so I may have to revert to manual. Because whilst this first corner should be relatively easy, and that's in place, the next one, opposite it, over here, is going to be under a heck of a lot of tension. Oh nice, okay, that did go in. So that's 2 of 4. That's 3. Now, I've not done these all the way, I'm just getting them in loosely. Because with anything under tension like this, you want to do it bit by bit. So we're doing it in 2 phases. You have to excuse the shaking of the camera. There we go. So, that is the GPU attached to the heatsink as one big assembly. This is good. We're making progress. And the next bit I think we want is not this. The next bit we want is this fan assembly, I think. Okay, it doesn't matter, we can do the fan assembly or the bracket. Let's do the bracket, because neither of them is going to get in the way of the other. Although, okay, so what I'm looking at here, that you guys can't see very well, is that on the bottom of here, you've got these little bits that stick out. And what I'm trying to do is figure out exactly where they sit relative to the rest of the card. Let's flip it over, let's have a look. I've got a feeling they just go flat on the back of here. Did I do those other 2 up properly? Let's just double check that. I think I did, but... yeah, okay, that one's tight. That too is tight. Excellent. That's just the spring doing its springy thing. That's good. So, this goes on here. And I think these just... yeah, they just sit on the back there. Okay, that's fine. That's what I wanted to check. Okay, we're going to do the bracket later. Alright. Yeah, we are. Because that way we change the screwdriver bit once and change it for everything. So the bracket can go on in a minute. So now we're going to come back to our fan shroud. Again, all we're going to do here is plug these cables back in. I'm trying to get my fingers down on the plastic connector rather than pushing on the wires. There we go. These wires are really solid, but at the same time you should never put pressure on the wires. You should always put pressure on the plastic connector. We advocate doing things properly here, so we do it properly. And then we can just hinge this back up and over. And again, just give it a bit of a gentle wiggle to adjust it into place. Is that aligned? Yes, it is. Why does that look like there's a gap there? And there was a gap there before. Okay, fine. Yeah, okay, that's aligned properly. So, all we're going to do again is just work down the shroud. And see, this is a track from Unreal Tournament. Oh. There we go. So, one on that corner. I'm going to flip it, we're going to do the middle one. Okay, I need to put a bit of down pressure on that. There we go, and that's that one in place. I'm going to come to this end. And drop that one in. And again, we're going to jump as far away from it as we can. And so we're going to come over to this corner. And spin the card around. Bear in mind we're being quite careful about how we do this, because we've got no backplate on it at this point to protect it. And so each time I turn it, I'm actually lifting it slightly. I'm not just dragging it around on the desk, because that would be really bad for it. We don't want to do that. Okay, so that's those 6 back in. We know at this point we need to switch to our other screwdriver bit. And did I destroy this bit? Let's find out. We do need to put this piece in before we put the back plate on. Because if we don't put this end piece on now, when the back plate tries to screw into it, it won't screw into it properly. Because it won't be there to screw into. And we won't be able to get this on afterwards. So some things do need to be done in order. So that's one of 2. We've got another one that goes in down here. Again, that's not lining up quite properly. We don't want to force these. Why isn't that going in? Is the question I'm asking myself here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen off the other one somewhat. Because if one of them won't go in, it's probably because the other one's got the bracket slightly misaligned. By loosening that off a bit, it'll let me realign the bracket. And there we go, that's what we wanted to see. And so we get the bracket in. I know it's kind of difficult to see what I was doing there, but when the second screw wouldn't go in properly, it was almost certainly because the bracket alignment wasn't quite right. And so I just needed to loosen off the existing screw. which then allowed me to line up the bracket properly. Yeah, okay, so that screwdriver bit is probably dead now. The screw is fine. Yeah, that screwdriver bit's dead. That's okay. Oh yeah, look at that, that is absolutely mangled. I'd rather the screwdriver bit was the bit that was mangled, not the screw. I'll ride off to Aramax and see if they can send me a replacement, because that's a little bit less than perfect. They'll probably say, no, you broke it, tough, but they might say, oh, it was a bad batch. Because screwdriver bits don't normally fail that easily. And so the final part of this card. And yes, the text is intentionally upside down on these. On these cards, the text is intentionally the wrong way up. Because it's so that you can put the card down on the desk and make it look pretty. Now this has got a load of screws. So I'm going to start by just dropping them all into the holes. And that way they'll all be in roughly the right place. And it also means that we'll be confident that the back plate is lined up. So all I'm doing is going around, taking each screw, and sliding it in. There's one down here. And these screws are going through the circuit board, as well as the cooler, and into the mid plate the other side. And these on the end just go straight through into the mid plate. And how that we know we've used all the screws is that our screw tracking grid no longer has any screws left on it. And so again, I'm just going to zigzag across the card. And so I've done the bottom right one first. I'm going to catch that one next. And down here at the bottom. Up to this corner. Then we're going to go down the length of it from here. Going to drop to this one. Going to head up to here. That's where this screwdriver just makes life so much quicker and easier. Obviously you can't see too easily on that, but and there we go. That looks like it's fully reassembled. And so we've been inside two cards tonight so far. We got this 4090. And we got a 3090 here. And you can see, neither of them took us a huge amount of time to take apart, reassemble, and give a full clean and repaste to. And if you've got an old card that's struggling from lack of cleaning or overheating, like for example this mess here, which I took apart a while ago and then never got back around to rebuilding, and then I thought, you know what, I can stream putting this back together. This is a card that was used for 10 years. And you can tell that based on A, how much dust there is everywhere, and B, how much older the card is. Now, in terms of dust removal, I have a tool that most people have never thought of, let alone used, for this kind of thing. And this is a little bit filthy, this card. I have, when I can rearrange things on the bench to get to it, I have a paintbrush with very long bristles. You'll see, very, very long bristles indeed. And this is great, because the long bristles will get into all the little gaps. You can see. I'll have to do some vacuuming in my studio later. You can see that's just getting in under there. Again, if you're going to do this kind of thing, make sure you're earthed before you do, because paintbrushes like these, if you aren't earthed, they can generate quite a bit of static quite quickly. You can see they're just getting in there. That is horrible. Like I said, this is a card that got used for 10 years solid. And needs a good clean. This is the kind of thing you'd expect to see after you take your PC apart when you wonder why it's no longer working properly. And in fact, that's exactly what happened with this, was the PC it was in stopped working properly. And originally the suspicion was the CPU, so it got a new motherboard, CPU, memory, the lot. It got the original graphics card reused, and then it turned out that it was the graphics card that was the problem. So the entire PC basically got replaced for no good reason. But I'm not sure this card would be salvageable anyway. This in its day was a very high-end card. You know, we weren't used to multi-slot cards back then, it was all still single slot. Again, these long bristles will just get into places where you wouldn't normally expect to need to get bristles into. What I am going to do is take out these screws. I want to see what's underneath this heatsink plate. This is a much older card. This is a GTX580. It's the Asus Matrix Extreme Edition 580, but it is a GTX 580. And so that dates it. Nice, we'll have a look at that later. Okay, wow, this has got plastic rubber washers on it.
Headshot.
And Sin Lao, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Update on the board you got? Which board, what update? Okay, so what we have is more mank and dirt on the inside of here. And so we're just going to clean off some of this. I could actually go and run this under the tap. These thermal pads would, if I was planning on reusing it properly, these pads would definitely want replacing. At the moment, I'm not planning on actually reusing this card. I kind of want to just clean it up enough to find out whether it's going to work at all. I'll stick it in a test bench machine. Let's see if it's toast. Because if it's complete toast, it's never going to work again. There's not a lot of point in me really going to town on cleaning it. But if it will work again, GPUs will be in a journey for you. You can have Voodoo 2, then a 670, then a 970, then a 3080. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there's some more bits in there. Again, we want to get the brush in, down between all these components, and pull out as much dust as we can from on here. We're probably going to have to use the razor to get the heatsink compound off the die on this one. And you'll see there's a much older design. The die is much larger and much less fancy. But that'll go back on there. And again, we're just going to line these up and drop the screws back through the holes. Did some tests on the body boards, they aren't working. Yeah, power's getting to the boards, but not all the way through the boards. And so again, I'm just going to gently attach these to begin with. And then I'll put some proper pressure on, and then they won't jump and skip like that. That horrible noise is the screwdriver bit slipping in the screw head. That's probably because I'm using the dead screwdriver bit, that'll be why. Let's use the proper bit for the job. Because these are Phillips 1s, not Phillips 0s, so using the Phillips 0 bit is silly. I'm amazed it actually worked to remove the screws originally. That is Stream Raiders, we'll take care of that in a moment. Okay, good. So, that part's reattached. Before we do Stream Raiders, I'm going to take some of this dry paste off with the plastic razor. And look at how horrible that is. It's not even slightly liquid. It is very, very dry indeed, and that's going straight in the bin. I'm not even going to try and clean that off. That paste is now all in the bin. And what we're going to find is that the paste on here is just as bad. And this is what happens when thermal paste gets to be 10 years old. It dries up and goes all horrible. And so while we're doing Stream Raiders, I'm going to leave some Arctic Clean soaking all of this. Again, I'm not actually planning on reusing this card necessarily, but I want to see if it's salvageable. And to do that, This paste definitely needs redoing, because this is very, very old and very, very manky. So let's head to Stream Raiders. Let's take a look. I'm going to put a defensive spell here this time, which might actually be useful to us. Let's get this kicked off. You love the Choco Poodle? I think a lot of people do. Well, my rogue didn't last very long there. And 2 kills and then he got nuked. And that was almost awesome, but it wasn't quite to be. We're going to run slightly later than normal. We're going to run one more battle. We're going to run that one again. Purely because we started a bit late tonight. So we're going to finish off this job we're doing. We're going to run one more Stream Raiders, then we're going to go for a raid. So what have we got? I'm going to drop my rogue again right about here. Actually, no, I'm not. Because it's the last battle of the night, I'm going to throw a Berserker in and we're going to do it that way. We're going to throw a Berserker in, we're going to call that the last battle. And you got 30 minutes to do your thing, guys. You know what you're doing. We'll see this in a bit. And so this has been soaking with Arctic Clean for a couple of minutes now, while we did Stream Raiders. You can see there's some manky goo in the end there by the heat pipes. We're going to start with the manky cloth. I'm going to refold it to a bit that's mildly manky rather than a bit that's incredibly manky. That's quite hard. I may need to buy some more cloths at some point. Although I do have a third cloth that I can use. So I'm actually going to tip out all the additional Arctic Clean that's on the end of there. I'm going to try and make this look like copper again. Which it kind of does. It kind of looks a bit more like copper than it did a minute ago. I'll swap it with this bit. Okay, that's making a difference. It's making a mess, but it's also making a difference. Okay. That looks a lot better than it did. What I'm going to do this time is I'm not going to use my ultra high performance paste, because this really doesn't need it. We've got some Cooler Master Gel Pro here. Lower performance paste, but this is a much lower performance GPU, and it's just for testing. So I'm just going to put all of that on there. Again, I've not bothered with the prep tool, because this is just for testing. If I was doing this properly, I'd do all the surface prep, I'd do everything. But because this is literally just so I can test it and find out whether this card is completely dead. We're going to make sure we cover the whole of the die anyway. We'll notch that down just a touch. That looks a lot better. That's a nice even coating. So before we can put this back together, I need to undo the screws that I'd already screwed back into this. Because I screwed them in there for safekeeping, so they wouldn't get lost. Actually, I did them by hand, so there's no need for the screwdriver, really. Do I have a high viewer count tonight? Yes, yes I do. People love it when we're in the workshop messing with GPUs. Unfortunately, I don't have enough computers to take apart every week. Otherwise, I'd quite happily do so. Now this card has got additional screw, or the heatsink has got additional screws on the ends of it. And so they're just going to come straight out. And the one on the other end can come out as well, okay. I see what I need to do here. I do actually need to put this whole assembly back together, so this is slightly different to the other ones we've been playing with tonight. In as much as this card, the fan and the heatsink attach in one go. I will say that I know these heat pipes and transfer heat incredibly well. And the way I know this is because when I was washing the heatsink and to get all the dust out from inside it, washing one end of it, the other end got very, very hot very, very quickly. We're going to have to go manual on this one. Toasty, welcome in. It's great to see you. Okay, that screw and possibly the thread it's threading into are a little bit shot. That's fine, we may have to attach them manually later. I'm going to move that card out of the way where it's not going to get covered in more dust because I'd forgotten that I've got another bit I need to clean. This bit, which is decidedly manky and disgusting. Again, we're starting with the very long bristled paintbrush. This card here is an old GTX580 Lucid. That's a GTX580 Matrix Extreme Edition. An old Asus Republic of Gamers card. It's about 10 years old. It had a lot of abuse, this one. And you can see how filthy and manky it is inside. And so we're using the long bristled paintbrush It is truly filthy. Hence the incredibly long bristles on the paintbrush. And to get into all the nooks and crannies. I could take apart this section to get to the LEDs, but I think that's probably the cleanest section of the whole card, so I'm going to leave it alone. I'm stopping these fan blades from spinning because I just want to actually get the dust off the blades themselves. I know you can't see a lot of this, but you'll be able to see the dust on the desk in a moment, so don't worry. And this is just a... yeah. Think we got enough dust there? Because there's more here as well. That's what happens when a card is left alone running in a system for 10 years. So let's brush that into a hand.
For centuries we have waited to emerge from the shadows, and now we will make ourselves known.
And let's immediately get that straight into the bin. There's going to be a lot of vacuuming going on in the workshop later. 1 gram of pure mank is what it is, Toasty.
No prisoners, no survivors. If you fail, do not return.
It is incredibly manky, that. That's 10 years worth of dust. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. So, what needs to happen here is I need to make sure I put this the right way round, which is this way round. And this card slots in. I say slots, it kind of drops vaguely into place if you're lucky. Yeah, so there's a cable grommet up there that sort of guides that into place. This cable runs across here. And then this heatsink assembly screws into the fan assembly from the sides. You got a handheld vacuum for jobs like this? I think it would require more than a handheld vacuum. It certainly required some agitation at the same time as the vacuum. Yeah, okay, this is a job for the manual screwdriver. These are self-tapping screws, so they don't drop into a thread, so they're a bit of a nuisance. They basically cut their own thread each time into the metal. Yeah, you want to avoid a hand vacuum. We are, of course, taking ESD precautions, as you can see. We're just going to get this bolted straight into place. My camera's having a bit of a focus fit. You can see how that's pulling the heatsink fins apart as it goes in. And so, again, before we drop this on, we want to make sure that we plug the cables in. Otherwise we're going to have a few problems with it working properly. That was a bit of an awkward one. I had to kind of get in underneath the heatsink assembly. Now, all things being equal, which I'm not sure if they are, I just knocked a cable out. And cabling's back in. Good. Yes, fresh paste went in before I cleaned up the heatsink. The fresh paste went in. And that's lined up. Right about there. And I'm going to go back for the electric screwdriver. These are sprung screws again. Yeah, well, I hadn't anticipated that there was extra dust on the cooler. I'd forgotten that I'd not cleaned the cooler down yet. Otherwise, I would have done exactly that. But as I was saying, Toasty, this one is not actually going to be a production card again. It's going to be tested to find out if it even works. If it does work, I'll strip it down again. I'll use proper paste. And I'll do it nicely. I didn't even bother with the Arc-to-Clean surface prep on this run. Because I suspect this card is dead. This is the reason I bought a new system in 2020. Was because the system this was in started doing weird stuff and I thought it was the CPU, based on the behaviour I saw. But then the CPU was behaving itself. Well, I say behaving itself. The CPU continued to work when I put it in a different machine after I'd bought a new machine. The screwdriver, can you use it as a manual? Yes, but also no. It's bad to do so because you're basically running the motor and then fighting against the motor. It doesn't have a lock-in-place mode, if that's what you mean. So, I can put extra torque on there if I want to. But only up to a point. It has the inertia to do so in the gearbox, but it's not recommended. So there we go, one slightly less manky GTX580. So that one's been clean enough that I can test it. Curious about it for the magnet strip? You can buy magnet strips separately. This kit, though, barring the fact that I've destroyed two, well, definitely destroyed one bit tonight, possibly two. No, I think that one's okay. I think I've just destroyed this one. But essentially what you get with this, I can probably just buy another one of those, is you get the charging dock stroke base. I'm going to put that in backwards because it will stick in there with a magnet backwards anyway, so I'll remember it's broken. You get a set of bits on this side that are double length. You get a double set of bits on this side that are obviously single length. You get your extension bar. On this side you get a bit magnetizer, so if any of your bits stop being magnetic, you can remagnetize them here. The whole thing goes into a nice case and locks in place. Now you can unlock it again. On the back of it you've got your screw tracking grid. And on the end of this bit you have your USB-C connector that you plug into to charge it. Now, in fact, this is going to need a recharge at some point. So I shall pop it back into the case. Grab my handy-dandy USB-C charger that I keep here. And we can put it on charge and you can see it even tells you it's charging. So I kick-started this. I can't remember how much it cost me, but I kick-started it for the full max kit. It's also Bluetooth, so it will talk to my phone for torque adjustment and settings tweaks and things like that. Entirely unnecessary, you really don't need that at all. You can do it just by poking the button on the front of the driver. But it's a really nice bit of kit. This is the SES Pro Max kit. You can get an additional kit with a desktop charging stand, rather than plugging it into the base. So you can take the driver out and drop it into a charging base on your desk and charge it that way. Again, it's USB-C on the side, but it's then a base that charges separately from that. But it's a really handy bit of kit. So, what we're going to do while we're here, since we've got a bit of time, is we're going to do what every good person should do when you finish working on systems and stuff and things. We're going to tidy some stuff up, because we've got too many tools and bits of equipment on this desk. And so, we've got some thermal pad left over. And the thermal pad will go back in the bag. Rubber magnet on it, no. And so the thermal pad goes back in its bag. Because I've got 3 different thicknesses of thermal pad and I don't want to confuse them. So thermal pad, other more different thermal pad, other more different thermal pad. The cat has approached you and is shouting at you and grabbing at your legs. That's because he wants to take part in the stream. That's what the cat wants, is to be part of the stream. So, all of these thermal pads will go into my cooling bag. It takes a bit of fettling, but they will all go in there. I know this because they came out of here. If they came out, they will go back in. By hook or crook. And crook's usually not required. There we go. Thermal pads are all back in the cooling bag. One should not lose one's spreading spatula. That's important. That goes back in the cooling bag. Large tube of thermal paste. Kingpin Cooling KPX. My default go-to paste for anything medium to high performance. We have various cleaning cloths, starting with manky, and then getting less manky. And so they will all go back in here as well. And just like that. We have our Arctic Clean. Bottle number 1 for removing old gunky paste and pads. Bottle number 2 for purifying the surface after you've removed the gunky paste and pads. Both very important for anything that you're actually planning on reusing again. That is my thermal toolkit, essentially. The cat got locked out the other night. Got in, he was so hungry, emptied his entire bowl, puked it up and asked for more. Oh, poor thing. Zoomy Floof will learn. Or maybe he won't. So that is my go-to bag. If ever I need to do thermal work, I grab this bag of stuff. I keep it handy. I went to visit one of my viewers a few months back and took it with me. It was all we needed. Next we have our plastic razor with spare blades. Incredibly handy for removing gunked on dried paste or thermal pads, things like that. A tool that everybody should own is a plastic razor. We have a sharp blade with it that I always put back in sharp side in, so that I never cut myself taking this stuff out. The handle even has a space on the back to put the lid. But I always put sharp side in on the sharp blade so that it's stored in there and safe. And then my plastic blade goes back in the bag. And the handle goes in with it. And that is then available for anything I need to use it for. It was a screwdriver model. It was the SES Pro Max, I believe. That's now on the desk. Excellent. Right, screwdriver will go back up with the screwdrivers. The electronic calipers, very important these. SES, Sierra Echo Sierra. Electronic calipers complete with a packet of spare batteries, because one can never have too many batteries for your electronic calipers. They will run out at the most inopportune of moments. And calipers go back in the case, as so. I only leave the silica gel in because it's in there, so no reason not to. It's not going to hurt anything by being in there. These calipers are, again, probably about 20 years old. You probably can't buy them anymore, but they're very handy. And Toasty will say all about how great these things are. And Toasty has multiple sets of these calipers. Toasty has some very expensive sets of these calipers. These are cheap. But we want to make sure they are looked after, so they go back in their case. The guitar picks are now back in the guitar pick bags. Very important. They are our plastic pry tools for prying with. You have the Mighty Toyo branded ones. Yes, yes you do. And so we have graphics cards through the ages. I say the ages, not really the ages, but graphics cards of today's work. We have our very, very old Asus GTX580 Matrix Edition with the RGB lighting on the top that changes colour based on load running through the card. The Asus bit is shiny silver. The word Matrix and the line between the two would change colour, so the more load on the card, the closer to red it got. If it was doing nothing, it was sort of blue and green. And it would vary. And there you go. It had 2 8-pin power connectors on it. And this is one of the first cards I ever found that had, and still has, LEDs by each power connector, these two things on the board here, that went red when there wasn't power connected, or green when there was. Very useful for knowing if your power worked properly or not. Then, more recent, the RTX3090. Much, much more recent. We took this apart at the beginning of the stream. This is a card I've taken apart before. I wanted to do a mod on it this time, which we did. So we've actually modded it by putting some additional paste in a place it wasn't originally intended to have paste. Very important, because it will keep things cooler. It means this card will run better for longer, which is always worthwhile doing. And then, after we finished the 3090, but before we started on the 580, the beast, the RTX4090, which you've had apart just for the sake of having it apart. A fantastic card, absolute powerhouse, ridiculously strong. This thing is phenomenal. I do need to test all of these later to make sure they all work properly. I'm not going to do that right now, because that's going to involve a lot of messing around and a lot of engineering. But that is the 4090. Oh, frog. The other thing, the screwdriver kit comes inside this box, which comes inside this box. And there's your label for the product model. I don't think there's a serial number on there. But it does even come with a Type-C cable, which is ferreted away in the other end of the box. In its own little compartment. I just so happen to have a Type-C cable plugged into a charger unit here anyway, so I didn't bother with this one. It can stay in there. And then that piece can go inside there. And then when I'm ready to put it away, I can just put it back in this box. I do also have its little brother, I have this one. This is a previous generation SES kit. This is the SES Pro. Again, this came separately with this one. They didn't include the extension in the first gen. It wasn't until the second gen they started including them. But again, you got your screwdriver. This one is USB-C charged as well, but it doesn't take a dock. It just charges separately. Comes with two sides of bits, so I have a few spare bits. You'll notice it's got things like these Y bits. It's got 5 pointed stars. It's got H bits. Well, I'm going to have to permit you for that, because otherwise the bot will bop you. Let me do that quickly. There you go, you can post a link. And so yeah, you got your... This is the older one. This is the SES Pro. Again, very similar to the other one though. This one is not... Well, it's not charged at the moment, apparently. Yeah, this one's dead, okay. Right, well, we'll liberate the charging cable temporarily. Again, the USB-C cable just goes straight into the back. And then you can see now it's woken up. And this one, again, when you press the button and you turn it, it starts to spin, but obviously with it having dead battery, it's not going to spin very far. You can set between 4 different levels. Oh, my lights have decided they're going to go off. Let's put them back on. Let's see what we're doing. There we go. We can see what we're doing again. That's because I didn't try to pull too much power down the USB-C feed, I think. So this one needs a good recharge. It's basically dead. It'll get that later. I haven't used it much since I got the larger kit. But again, it's a handy little kit for working on stuff. It came in a slightly smaller box. But the big one's better. It's got more force on it. And just generally works a whole load better than the smaller one. Anyway, that is an RTX4090 with a 3090 behind it, with a GTX580 behind that. The cards are getting bigger. And that is Stream Raiders. We are going to dive over. We're going to do some Stream Raiders. Let's have a look at this. Let's see what is going on with this battlefield. Okay, this is looking good. Again, I think we're going to want a defensive spell around about here, because we've got a lot of defending to do, and we've got 13 allies on the field for this last battle of the night. Let's get it going, though. Let's see what happens. What's happening is that we are absolutely crushing them this time. This is significantly better. This is the way we wanted to see it go. Absolutely smashing them to pieces. That is how we needed for that to end up. Oysterog on the most kills with 18, Choco Poodle on the most assists with 47. Absolutely phenomenal work there. And Choco Poodle on the top spot with that 56 in total. 56 in total there. Great going in. Or is it 58? No, it is 56, yeah. So going out at random then, Choco Poodle picks up this 3 tanks, well deserved. lucky chief picking up those 3 rogues. Also well deserved. Everybody gets 5 gold, including me. I get bonus 3 gold. And you'll get those personal chests, of course. But stay right where you are. Go nowhere for the next 3 or 4 minutes. It is that time of the night. Now stay right where you are. We're going to go see who's on Twitch. Stick around for this. We want to go raid someone. We appreciate it when people raid us, so we're going to go and raid Chris X Chad, as picked by our very own Frog. We're going to go see Chris. He's an awesome guy. He runs the Beard Zone. If you don't know Chris, you're going to love him. If you do know him, well, you know you're going to love him. But stick around for this. Please do not go anywhere for the next 3 or 4 minutes. Let's go raid him. Let's go share some of this appreciation. It has been a blast so far. As always, massive thanks to each and every one of you who's hung out tonight. You've been amazing. Big thanks to everyone who's come in, everyone who's subscribed, cheered bits, hung out, lurked, anything in between. It's been a great time tonight. It's been a long one, and it's been a good one. We've done a lot of cool things here. We've taken apart graphics cards. We've rebuilt graphics cards. We've discovered more dust than anybody thought could ever exist inside of a computer ever. We've done all the good stuff there. I will be back again on Tuesday. And so make sure you come and hang out for that. There is a link to our schedule if you don't know where we are or when. And talking of if you don't know where we are or when, if you're not on my Discord, you should be. That is where we chat about things outside of stream. Sometimes I tell people what's going on. Sometimes I surprise people. Tonight we surprised people. We didn't tell people we were going to take GPUs apart tonight. We left it as a surprise, but we did tell people when we were running slightly late because of the bot. Not the bot, sorry, because Twitch. But we are going to go see Chris in about a minute and a half. And make sure you stick around for this. Chris is an amazing guy. He's a good friend of ours. He's been around a long time. He keeps coming in and saying hi to us. I bet he's going to be gutted he missed the GPU teardowns. We're going to see what happens with that, though. As I said, I'll be back Tuesday. Maybe doing more of the same. Maybe doing something different. We'll see. We'll have a play. We'll see what we're going to get up to. But we won't know until it happens. We do a bit of everything on this stream. We do have fun Formula 1 chat sometimes in the Discord. We have all kinds of stuff. We have cat pictures. We have other animal pictures. We have food pictures. We have all kinds of things on Discord. But all that's left for me to say now is thanks for hanging out. Stay safe. Stay in touch. And as always, I will, of course, see you on the next one.